action display of the command observation post. This is of course the tactical movement that is on display, and of course with this display the Indian Army of course is trying to display and demonstrate in its commitment to operational readiness, self-reliance, digital transformation.
As India celebrates its 26th Kargil Vijay Divas, the nation salutes the heroes who bravely lost their lives to protect Bharat.
Viewers, time to take a short break, and coming up ahead, Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchirappalli to honour the legacy of the Chola dynasty in a significant Tamil Nadu visit. Also coming up ahead, the big story, Delhi-bound Air India flight rejects takeoff at Guwahati after parking brake fails to function. Plane grounded until safety checks cleared. Details on those big stories and much more coming up after a short break.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to the show live this morning. Good morning. Did you sleep well? News isn't just always just shared. Sometimes it is also asked about, like, how was your night? How was your morning? Did you sleep well? Questions like these are filled with the care of our loved ones. So just like us, you should also ask your dear ones this thoughtful question: did you sleep well? They'll feel good about it. And viewers, now let's take a look at the headlines that we are tracking for you at the top of 7. Delhi-bound Air India flight rejects takeoff at Guwahati after parking brake fails to function. Plane grounded until safety checks cleared. Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchirappalli to honour the legacy of the Chola dynasty in a significant Tamil Nadu visit. Pakistan given hard reality check by Prime Minister Modi from Tamil Nadu's desk. Prime Minister says made in India weapons gave Islamabad nightmares.
भारत में बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं.
As BCCI maintains a stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. With no signs of a pushback soon, India issues statement on a Thailand-Cambodia conflict, urges both sides to maintain restraint to protect civilian lives. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. United Nations chief has called for immediate ceasefire on Thailand-Cambodia clashes. UN chief has addressed he has called and he has asked the two nations to address the issue through a dialogue. All right, sad big news. The UN chief has called for immediate ceasefire on Thailand-Cambodia clashes, and he has urged both the countries to address the issue through dialogue. Remember, these developments coming in as Cambodia and Thailand continue their hostilities on the border. And earlier, the leaders said in principle that they have agreed to meet for a ceasefire talks after days of cross-border violence. And the two sides also spoke to US President Donald Trump. Donald Trump said that he has spoken with the Cambodian leaders and he was preparing to call Thailand to push for an immediate ceasefire. And now a call from the United Nations chief calling for a ceasefire between the two countries. And this after both the sides also said that they are ready for ceasefire, but there have been deadly clashes on the border. 32 people have been left dead and thousands of people have been displaced. Among the dead are several children, soldiers and civilians. So border fighting between the two nations has forced also tens of thousands of people to seek refuge. And all the hostilities there has raised fears of a prolonged conflict in the area. And among the hostilities now, UN Chief Antonio Guterres has called for a ceasefire between the two countries. The UN Security Council also held an emergency closed-door meeting on Friday. And in more developments related to the case, Thailand and Cambodia have agreed for a ceasefire. Now, Donald Trump has taken credit yet again for the ceasefire. So, Donald Trump has announced that Thailand and Cambodia have agreed to an immediate ceasefire over violent conflict at their borders. The US president said that he spoke with both the Cambodian Prime Minister and the acting Prime Minister of the Thailand as well to restore peace. And in a series of posts on Truth Social, Donald Trump said, and I quote him now, they have agreed to immediately meet and quickly work out a ceasefire and ultimately peace. He further wrote, they are also looking to get back to the trading table with the United States, which we think is inappropriate to do until such time as the fighting stops. So, US President Donald Trump again taking the credit, announcing that Thailand and Cambodia have agreed to an immediate ceasefire over violent conflict at their borders. The US President said that he spoke with both the Cambodian Prime Minister Hun Manet and the acting Prime Minister of Thailand to restore peace, and he made this claim on a series of posts on the website Truth Social. And he said they have agreed to immediately meet and quickly work out a ceasefire and ultimately peace. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in. At least 11 people are injured in a stabbing incident that has happened at a Walmart near Michigan's Traverse City in the United States. The Michigan State Police said that a local sheriff officer was investigating the incident and details are right now limited. Meanwhile, the suspect, we understand, has been taken into custody and the cops have asked the people to avoid the area while the investigation is still ongoing. So there's a mass stabbing incident that has happened in the United States in the Michigan area and 11 people have been injured. All right, let's get you some other news. After concluding his successful visits to the UK and the Maldives, Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Tamil Nadu's Tuticorin, where he inaugurated development projects worth 4,800 crore rupees. And following this, the Prime Minister will visit the historic Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple to mark the anniversary of Emperor Rajendra Chola I. He will also release a commemorative coin on the occasion. The Prime Minister's visit holds significance as it comes just months ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections next year. Take a look at this report.
After concluding the historic UK and Maldives visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in poll-bound Tamil Nadu to blow the poll bugle. He arrived in Tuticorin as part of his two-day visit to Tamil Nadu, where he inaugurated and dedicated a series of landmark projects across several sectors worth 4,800 crores.
एक बार फिर यहाँ 4,800 करोड़ रुपीस के प्रोजेक्ट्स का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास किया गया है। इनमें एयरपोर्ट, हाईवे, पोर्ट्स और रेलवे के प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं और पावर सेक्टर से जुड़े अहम इनिशिएटिव भी है।
He countered M.K. Stalin on his claim that the centre was withholding funds for the state.
हमने तमिलनाडु के डेवलपमेंट से जुड़ी पॉलिसीज को निरंतर प्राथमिकता दी है। पिछले एक दशक में केंद्र सरकार ने डिवॉल्यूशन के जरिए तमिलनाडु को 3 लाख करोड़ रुपीस भेजे हैं। ये अमाउंट पिछली यूपीए सरकार द्वारा भेजी गई राशि की तुलना में more than 3 times है।
In line with his commitment to developing world-class air infrastructure and enhancing connectivity, the Prime Minister inaugurated the new terminal building at Tuticorin Airport.
तूतुकुड़ी एयरपोर्ट के नए एडवांस टर्मिनल का शुभारंभ इसी दिशा में एक और बड़ा कदम है। 450 करोड़ रुपीस की कॉस्ट से बना ये टर्मिनल अब हर साल 20 लाख से ज्यादा पैसेंजर्स को होस्ट करेगा। पहले ये सालाना कैपेसिटी केवल 3 लाख पैसेंजर की थी। नए टर्मिनल के बाद देश के कई और रूट्स तक तूतुकुड़ी की कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी।
On the occasion of Kargil Vijay Divas, the Prime Minister paid his tributes and respects to the fallen heroes of Kargil War in 1999.
करगिल विजय दिवस है। मैं सर्वप्रथम कारगिल के वीरों को नमन करता हूं, शहीदों को श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं।
He also hailed Operation Sindoor and highlighted how Make in India weapons powered the retaliation to Pakistan.
आप सभी ने अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान मेक इन इंडिया की ताकत देखी है। आतंक के ठिकानों को मिट्टी में मिलाने में मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की बड़ी भूमिका रही है। भारत में बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं।
The FTA with the United Kingdom also found a mention in Prime Minister Modi's address.
ब्रिटेन और भारत के बीच फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुआ है। एफटीए भी इसी विजन को गति देता है। इस एफटीए एग्रीमेंट के बाद ब्रिटेन में बिकने वाले 99% भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स पर कोई टैक्स नहीं लगेगा। ब्रिटेन में भारतीय चीजें सस्ती होंगी तो वहां डिमांड बढ़ेगी और यहां भारत में उन चीजों के निर्माण के लिए ज्यादा मौके बनेंगे।
Following the inauguration of key projects in Tuticorin, Prime Minister Modi is set to visit the historic Brihadishwara temple, where he will release a commemorative coin in honor of Rajendra Chola to mark the 1000th anniversary of his conquest of the Gangetic Plains.
Especially visiting the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, where he'd be commemorating the 1000th year of the great Raja Rajendra Chola, the king who actually went to the northeast as a maritime expedition in all of Southeast Asia, and it is also the commencement of the construction of the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple. Narendra Modi, after visiting the temple, he'd also be launching a bronze coin in remembrance of the great king Raja Raja Chola, following which he'll also be attending a concert by music composer Ilayaraja, and it is also the special Aadi Thiruvathirai festival in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Rajendra Chola I, whose reign marked the zenith of the Chola Empire, is widely celebrated for his military prowess and temple building achievements.
He was a great king, great warrior, and simultaneously great connoisseur of Indian culture and architecture. So the temple which he has made here in Gangaikonda Cholapuram, after his victories through the expeditions, on the naval expeditions, maritime expeditions, as well as through his victories on the land till the Mother Ganges, and then he made this temple. We all are proud that Honorable Prime Minister is visiting on this auspicious occasion, and certainly after his visit, this place will see another height in the tourism.
In a significant cultural outreach, around 25 Shevite Mutt heads from Tamil Nadu are set to share the stage with Prime Minister at the Brihadishwara temple. This event echoes a similar gathering from 2023 when 19 Adinams participated in Sengol installation at the new Parliament building. Prime Minister Modi's two-day visit is seen as strategically timed in the run-up to the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly elections.
And let's move on in the bulletin now. A horrific case of sexual assault has come to light from Bihar's Gaya district. A woman who had fainted during a home guard recruitment drive in Bodh Gaya was allegedly raped inside a moving ambulance by two staffers while she was unconscious. The victim later informed the police from the hospital, following which an FIR was registered. Now a special investigation team has been formed and the two accused of the case, the driver and the technicians, have been arrested. Here is the full story.
In a shocking incident, a woman was allegedly raped by two ambulance staff members while she was unconscious and being taken to a hospital for treatment in Bihar's Gaya. The victim reportedly fainted during an ongoing physical test for the recruitment of home guards on the campus of the Bihar Military Police Grounds at Bodh Gaya. Within hours of registration of FIR, two of the accused, including the driver and the technician, were arrested.
मतलब अभ्यर्थी ने यह आरोप लगाया कि एम्बुलेंस में जो कर्मी थे उनके द्वारा उनके साथ दुर्व्यवहार और दुष्कर्म किया गया है। और इस सूचना को प्राप्त होती हमने तुरंत अवलंब कार्रवाई की और उसका चिकित्सकीय परीक्षण प्राप्त किया और संदेह के आधार पर जो एम्बुलेंस कर्मी थी और ड्राइवर, जो टेक्नीशियन और ड्राइवर दोनों को डिटेन किया गया और सभी एस्पेक्ट पर हम लोग विस्तृत जांच पड़ताल करके अभी कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
A forensic team has been deployed and CCTV footage from the surrounding area has been recovered to track the ambulance's movement and timeline. The incident drew sharp political reactions, with RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav taking to social media on Saturday to criticize the government. Meanwhile, Union Minister and LJP Ramvilas President Chirag Paswan strongly criticized the government over the deteriorating law and order situation in the state.
बिहार में जिस तरीके से हत्या, अपहरण, लूटमार, डकैती, बलात्कार एक के बाद ऐसी श्रृंखला बन गई है और अब तो ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे प्रशासन पूरी तरीके से नाकामयाब है इन घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए। और अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो ये आने वाले दिनों में एक बहुत भयावह परिस्थिति उत्पन्न कर देगा हमारे प्रदेश में।
The incident has caused widespread outrage and raised concern over women's safety in Bihar.
And in a major win for free speech, senior advocate Aruna Sham scored another courtroom victory, and this time defending right-wing activist Chakravarti Sulibel. Sulibel had faced legal trouble for calling Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge ayogya or incompetent during a public speech. But Aruna Sham, appearing for him in the court, argued that the remark was political in nature and not directed at any community. The Supreme Court quashed the case, reaffirming the importance of free political expression in a democracy. Here is more in this report.
The Supreme Court has given relief to right-wing Speaker Chakravarti Sulibele in a case where he had called Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge ayogya, meaning unfit or incompetent, during a public speech. After that speech in Karnataka's Raichur last year, a case was filed against Sulibele, accusing him of spreading hate and insulting Kharge's caste. The Karnataka High Court had earlier cancelled the caste-related charges, but kept the rest of the case going, saying the word ayogya was an insult.
ಅವಹೇಳನಕಾರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಾಗಲಿ ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಾಗಲಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ವಾಸ್ತವವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮನಿಯನ್ನು ದುರುಪಯೋಗ ಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ESI ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲ್ ಕಲಬುರಗಿಲಿ ಏನಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರೋ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಗೂಗಲ್ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ESI ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲ ಟಾಪ್ ವ್ಯೂ ನೋಡಿ. ನೀವು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅಂತ ಬರೆದಿರೋದು ತುಂಬ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಕಾಣುತ್ತೆ. ಅರ್ಕಾವತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅವರು ಅದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋವಂತೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾರ ದುಡ್ಡಲ್ಲಿ? ಸ್ವಂತ ದುಡ್ಡಿನಲ್ಲ, ಜನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ದುಡ್ಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ದುಡ್ಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಂತ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಈ ಥರದ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ನಾನು ಅಯೋಗ್ಯ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಜನರ ದುಡ್ಡನ್ನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದಾ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಯನ್ನು. ಆದರೆ ದುರದೃಷ್ಟಕರ ಸಂಗತಿ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನೂ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗದೆ, ತೋಚದೆ ಅವರು ಅಟ್ರಾಸಿಟಿ ಕೇಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು. ಮತ್ತು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳಿರೋ ಮಾತಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಪ್ರಿಯಾಂಕ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಪಾಳ ಕೊಡದಿರೋದು. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಇಲ್ವಾ, ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಥರದ ಕೇಸ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಬರೋದು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಇಡೀ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಜನರ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮನಿಯನ್ನು ಅಯೋಗ್ಯ ಅನ್ನೋ ಪದದ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅಯೋಗ್ಯರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕೋ ಬೇಡವೋ ಅಂತ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಡಿಸೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅನ್ಫಿಟ್ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಈಗ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಸುಪ್ರೀಂ ಕೋರ್ಟಿಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಇಚ್ಛೆ ಪಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಎಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಈ ಥರದೊಂದು ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ಬಾಬಾ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ ಅಂಬೇಡ್ಕರ್ಗೆ ಹೃದಯಾಂತರಾಳದ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಇಂಥವ್ರುಗಳ ಹಿಟ್ಲರ್ ಶಾಹಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ನೀವು ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ.
In the Supreme Court, lawyer Aruna Sham has strongly defended Sulibele. He said that the criticism was only for a leader, not a community, and that this case was just a way to silence dissent.
Honorable High Court of Karnataka has partially quashed the FIR against Sri Chakravarti Shulibele, saying that the provisions of SC/ST Act does not attract. Only the IPC offences for which the High Court said there should be an investigation. So our primary argument is none of the ingredients of Section 153A, B or 505 has made out. And so far as Ayogya word is concerned, it has got different meanings. Merely because a word is stated in the public speech, it cannot attract the ingredients of these sections. This is one of the aspects. The second thing is, this is a politically motivated case where the victim or the person against whom such statement has made is not a complainant. The complainant is a political party office bearer, the president of the district Congress party. So in this ground, the victim has not before the court. Even in the Supreme Court, they were not represented through their advocate, though the notices are issued. So this is a case where it is the Supreme Court also made observation that it is an abuse of process of law, and the proceedings cannot be allowed to continue.
The Supreme Court agreed. The judges said that the comment did not break any law and the entire case was a misuse of the legal system. The top court also said political speech can be sharp or strong, but that does not make it a crime. This is being seen as a big win for free speech. And for Aruna Sham, who stood his ground in court. When words become a case, it's lawyers like him who defend democracy.
Let's get you some more news from across the nation. The Border Security Force has reinforced its commitment to the welfare and operational efficiency of its women personnel with the inauguration of a state-of-the-art Mahila Barak at border outpost Ekinpur in South Tripura district. The new Barak, equipped with modern amenities, aims to provide comfortable and conducive living environment for Mahila Praharis, further strengthening their capabilities in safeguarding the nation's borders. Heavy rainfall along the Dindori-Jabalpur corridor has caused the Narmada River to surge dangerously, submerging the historic Jogitya-Kari bridge and disrupting traffic. Dindori SDPO Satish Dwivedi confirmed that the river is in full spate with water flowing across the bridge and necessitating a diversion of vehicles from both the directions. He added that adequate security arrangements have been implemented with police, home guard and SDRF personnel deployed at the spot to manage the situation and ensure public safety.
नर्मदा नदी में जो ओवरफ्लो चल रहा है, इसमें जो जोगी टिकरिया का पुल है, इसके ऊपर से नर्मदा जी बह रही हैं। दोनों तरफ का जो आवागमन है जबलपुर तरफ से और ये डिंडौरी तरफ से रोक दिया गया है और इनको दूसरी तरफ से इनको डाइवर्ट करके और आवागमन चालू किया गया है। सुरक्षा के पर्याप्त इंतजाम यहाँ किए गए हैं। पुलिस, होमगार्ड, SDRF की टीम लगी हुई है और जो राजस्व का अमला है वो भी यहाँ तैनात है।
BJP leader Shagun Parihar, MLA from Kishtwar, took part in a commemorative rally marking Kargil Vijay Divas yesterday, reflecting a deep gratitude and reverence for the sacrifices made by India's brave soldiers. She emphasized that the rally is a symbol that India remembers those courageous people who sacrificed their lives for the country.
कारगिल विजय दिवस की ये जो रैली है जिसमें हम लोग मशाल लेके चल रहे हैं, ये इस बात का प्रतीक है। आज भी हम उन सभी लोगों को नमन करते हैं जिन्होंने भारत के लिए अपने प्राणों की आहुति दी। हम उन माँओं का आभार व्यक्त करते हैं जिन्होंने अपने बेटों को न्यौछावर कर दिया, जिन्होंने अपने बेटों के अंदर देशभक्ति की ऐसी भावना को डाला कि इन्होंने अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर कर दिया। हमें ये कभी नहीं भूलना चाहिए। हमारे लिए मातृभूमि सर्वोपरि है। अगर हम ये कहते हैं कि भारत हमारी माँ है, तो हमें भारत के लिए, भारत माँ के लिए अपना सर्वस्व न्यौछावर करने के लिए हमेशा तैयार रहना चाहिए।
A major accident occurred on the Mumbai-Pune expressway near Khopoli in Raigad district when a container truck reportedly suffered brake failure while descending a slope. The truck rammed into approximately 20 vehicles on the Mumbai-bound lane between the new tunnel and the Food Mall Hotel area, triggering a massive pile-up. While no fatalities have been reported, several people were injured and many vehicles sustained extensive damage. A final year BDS student from Jammu and Kashmir studying at Pacific Dental College in Udaipur was found dead in a hostel room on Thursday night, discovered at around 11 p.m. by her roommate and later declared dead at the hospital. Following the incident, students protested outside the college, accusing the administration of unfair practices. A note recovered from her room alleged that she had been mentally harassed by her college staff, citing irregularities in exam schedules, arbitrary failures, and repeated monetary demands. And viewers, Sindoor Top, one of the most strategic vantage points during the Kargil War of 1999. The icy winds that brushes past today is the same that met our soldiers 26 years ago. But unlike the stillness now, back then this very ridge echoed with the thunder of artillery, the crack of the gunfire and the undying roar of Indian bravery. Sindoor Top witnessed it all, the sacrifice, the bloodshed and the brotherhood and also victory. And today it stands not just as a military post but as a symbol of what India is made of. Resolve that does not waver and courage that does not cower.
The might of the Indian Armed Forces has been witnessed by these mighty hills. These mountains were the battleground during the Operation Vijay. This is the Tiger Hill. As close as we can get to it is from this point where we are reporting from 14,200 feet. But that peak, viewers, that is high altitude warfare that happened during the Kargil war, that is more than 17,000 feet. You can understand the challenges of the terrain just by any common man walking to up to this hill is so difficult that one completely falls short of breath. Imagine that our brave soldiers, our young soldiers were facing the enemy. They were witnessing bloodshed there. On the 2nd of July, information was received about the Pakistanis, the enemies occupying that peak. And on the 4th of July, the Indian Armed Forces captured it again. We'll try and zoom in to that post and we'll show you how difficult that terrain would have been. And the hero, of course, was the one leading the Ghatak platoon. And he was from the 18 Grenadiers, Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who, despite suffering bullets, despite losing more and more members of his platoon, he unfurled the Tiranga on that top. And as we speak, viewers, we are also going to pan and show you the Trishul top and the Trishul ridge. That is of utmost importance, viewers. Why is it important? Because this area, these hills were used during the Operation Sindoor as well. And behind this Trishul, viewers, behind the Trishul, it looks like a trident. So behind this Trishul is the line of control. In fact, we are just almost a kilometer away from the LOC.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Delhi-bound Air India flight rejects takeoff at Guwahati after parking brake fails to function. Plane grounded until safety checks cleared. Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchirappalli to honour the legacy of the Chola dynasty in a significant Tamil Nadu visit.
भारत में बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं.
Pakistan given hard reality check by Prime Minister Modi from Tamil Nadu days. Prime Minister says made in India weapons gave Islamabad nightmares. As BCCI maintains stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. With no signs of a pushback soon, India issues statement on Thailand-Cambodia conflict, urges both sides to maintain restraint to protect civilian lives. And at least 11 injured in mass stabbing case in Michigan in the United States. Suspect taken into custody. All right, David, we have big breaking news coming in from the United States where an American Airlines flight faced a dramatic incident at the Denver International Airport when its left main landing gear caught fire, prompting an emergency evacuation. Flight AA3023 bound for Miami was on the runway shortly after takeoff when the fire was first spotted. Thankfully, passengers and the crew members were evacuated safely via emergency sliders as smoke billowed beneath the aircraft. So really harrowing time faced by the passengers of the American Airlines flight AA3023. This after the aircraft's main landing gear caught fire at the Denver International Airport. Local fire rescue teams responded quickly. No serious injuries have been reported. And this fire broke out near the main wheels of the Boeing 737 MAX 8. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in from Australia now. Another incident of an assault on Indian origin man has come to the light in Australia's Melbourne. He was brutally attacked by a machete by a group of teenagers outside a shopping centre, leaving him with life-altering injuries. Now, one of the boys punched him repeatedly while the other rummaged through his pockets. So, big story coming in from Australia. An Indian origin man brutally attacked by a teen machete gang in Melbourne, resulting in severe injuries. This attack occurred at the Central Square shopping centre in Altona Meadows, leaving the Indian origin man with severe injuries to his hand, to his head, and also broken bones. And thereafter, doctors managed to reattach his hand after an extensive surgery. Now we understand that some people have also been arrested in case of this assault. So brutal attack on an Indian origin man in Melbourne, leaving him almost to lose his left arm. Had it not been for the doctors who really had reattached his hand after surgery there. And this incident took place on 19th of July. Saurabh Anand was at the Central Square shopping centre. And he suffered life-altering injuries. The teenagers rummaged his pockets. Another one punched him in his head. And the third one also pulled out a machete. And he was rushed to the hospital. And there the doctors carried out a surgery on him. So the surgeons were able to reattach his hand following grueling emergency surgery, and he also suffered head injuries, broken bones in his left arm, a fracture in his spine as well. And Anand, the Indian origin man, leaving him distressed. So another case of assault on an Indian man in Australia. So it is another incident that has happened a few days back, and a similar incident had occurred when an Indian origin man was assaulted in Australia. All right, let's get you some other news. US President Donald Trump is in Scotland for a 5-day visit, hoping to leave behind the chaos of Washington. The persistent questions over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files has made him very wary and anxious, and hence this trip is a mix of personal business and diplomacy. But the people of Scotland welcomed him with protest, placards bearing slogans, and others waved Palestinian flags. Here is more on the story.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Scottish city of Edinburgh to protest against US President Trump's visit to a golf resort. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer was criticised for striking a recent trade deal to avoid stiff US tariffs on goods imported from the United Kingdom. Speakers on a makeshift stage told the crowd that Trump was not welcomed amid the chaos.
I'm here to oppose fascism, to say that Trump isn't welcome in Scotland. I think there are far too many countries that are feeling the pressure of Trump and that they feel that they have to accept him, and we should not accept him here. We should not accept fascism in any form at this point. Have we not been through this before? So as a Scot and as an American, I'm a dual citizen, we're saying no. We don't want you here, and we wish that more countries would say no. We wish the British government had said no.
Demonstrators held placards bearing slogans critical of Trump, and others waved Palestinian flags in regards to the visit.
I have a problem with the pipes being used to welcome Trump on other visits and things, and I want to use this symbol of, it's a symbol of Scotland, and I want to make it clear that he's not welcome in Scotland.
Trump is set to be in Scotland until Tuesday. As the protests continue, Trump is set to hold trade talks with the UK PM soon.
And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in at this moment, and this one coming in from Iran, where a provincial court has been attacked by Jaish-e-Adil in Iran's Sistan, Balochistan. 5 adults and 1 minor have been killed in the attack. Now, the terrorists, disguised as clients, entered the court premises and they carried out the attack. So, big story coming in from Iran, where a court has been attacked by terrorists, and the gunmen, we can hear the gunshots there, the gunmen entering the court premises and carrying out the attack. So this is the court building that we are talking about. These attackers launched a gun attack in a court building, and this incident happening in southern Iran. A number of people have been killed and several have been injured. News from the UK now in a major escalation. Thousands of doctors in England's state-funded National Health Services have launched a 5-day strike demanding a 29% pay hike. Now, the striking doctors say that their wages have not kept up with the inflation and the high costs of living, but the government has raised serious concerns, saying that the walkout could severely disrupt the patient care across the country. Here is a report.
Thousands of doctors in England's state-funded health system walked off their job on Friday. They are holding a 5-day strike over their pay. The doctors are seeking a pay raise to make up for what their union, the British Medical Association, says a 20% real terms pay cut since 2008. They are demanding a 29% rise that they say would restore salaries that have been eroded over the past decade.
We've always been flexible and creative about how we might resolve this pay dispute. What we're asking for is for a first-year doctor to go from £18.60 odd an hour to just under £23 an hour. We don't think that's unreasonable. We're not asking for it all in one go. We're asking for conversations, we're asking for negotiations, and we're willing to be flexible.
The government has raised concern that this strike will disrupt care for patients across the country.
We are doing everything we can to minimise the risk to patients and to minimise the disruption, but I want to be honest with people. What we can't do is eliminate disruption or risk to patients. We know that there have been operations, appointments and procedures already cancelled, and we know that there will be real challenges over the next 5 days. And that is why the Prime Minister and I are so angry on behalf of patients and other NHS staff who are working hard to keep the show on the road, that the BMA have taken what is reckless and unnecessary action, forgetting that they've had a 28.9% pay increase from this government.
Resident doctors who form the backbone of hospital and clinic care took to picket lines outside hospitals after talks with the government broke down. The National Health Service said the emergency departments would remain open. Hospitals and clinics would also try to carry out as many scheduled appointments as possible. Amid concerns over delayed patient care, the strikes continue.
Alright, let's get you some more international news. In a major political development out of East Asia, voters in Taiwan have overwhelmingly rejected a high-profile recall motion aimed at lawmakers from the opposition Nationalist Party. Now, this vote, closely watched both at home and abroad, was seen as a political turning point in Taiwan's political landscape. Here is more on the story.
Taiwanese citizens headed to the polls in a landmark recall election aimed at removing nearly 1/5 of the legislature. 24 lawmakers, all from the opposition Kuomintang or KMT. The elections were initiated by supporters of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party or DPP, who accused the KMT of paralyzing key legislation, including Taiwan's crucial defense budget, and of advancing policies seen as tilting towards China. With the DPP holding 51 seats and the KMT 52, the recall effort was seen as a possible path for the ruling party to regain control of the legislature. But as the ballot counting progressed, preliminary results shows that none of the 24 targeted lawmakers were ousted, dashing hopes of DPP legislative comeback. The Central Election Commission is set to announce the official results on August 1st. KMT hailed the result as a victory for Taiwan's democracy, calling for an apology from President Lai Ching-te. Meanwhile, critics of the opposition allege the party has weakened the executive branch and opened the door to Beijing's influence. China's Taiwan Affairs Office has accused the DPP of pursuing one-party dominance and labeled the government as authoritarian under the guise of democracy. In response, Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council accused the Beijing and Chinese state media of trying to interfere with the vote.
And viewers, now let's take a look at some news from the world of business in our Business Wrap. Enforcement Directorate has reportedly continued its search against firms under Reliance Group Chairman Anil Ambani for the third consecutive day, gathering computer peripherals from several locations and numerous documents. The Economic Intelligence Agency has launched its investigation against the Anil Dhirubhai Ambani group of companies and Yes Bank, allegedly linked to a 3,000 crore rupees bank loan fraud. Union Commerce and Industry Minister Piyush Goyal on Saturday lauded the free trade agreement between India and the UK, which makes the European nations' market highly attractive for textiles, jewellery, agricultural products and engineering goods. He mentioned that 99% of India's exports will be able to go to the UK duty-free.
The global stature that today India enjoys, the global trust that we enjoy, has helped us to protect our sensitive sectors and open markets to textiles, footwear, leather, jewelry, gem and jewelry, marine products, agri products, medicines, all areas of our interest which generate lakhs and lakhs of jobs.
European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen arrived in Scotland on Saturday for a pivotal meeting with US President Donald Trump, scheduled for Sunday afternoon. The two leaders are expected to finalize a significant trade agreement, potentially surpassing the $550 billion accord that the Trump administration reached with Japan earlier this week. The proposed deal aims to avert the implementation of a 30% US tariff on European goods, which is set to take effect from 1st of August. ITC Limited plans to invest 20,000 crore rupees across its business verticals over the next 5 to 6 years, focusing on enhancing manufacturing capabilities, innovation and sustainability. The investment strategy includes establishing new facilities and upgrading existing ones to support growth in the fast-moving consumer goods section, paperboards and packaging and other sectors. Chairman Sanjeev Suri emphasized the company's commitment to strengthening its domestic presence under the Bharat First strategy, aiming to bolster competitiveness and long-term value creation. All right, big breaking news coming in from the United States, where the Donald Trump administration has attacked Democrats. Now, he says that large amount of money owed by Democrats after the presidential election, as Democrats paid $11 million to singer Beyonce for an endorsement that she never completed. Now, he has called for prosecution of Kamala Harris and those who received the endorsement money. So, Donald Trump claims that celebrities were really paid to endorse Kamala Harris. And he has spoken about a major investigation of Beyonce and other celebrities, and this is in regards to the election, the 2016 election. And Donald Trump has claimed that millions of money, large amount of money, were paid to these celebrities to endorse Kamala Harris. And he has shared a post where he said, I'm looking at a large amount of money owed by the Democrats after the presidential election, and they admit to paying probably illegally $11 million to singer Beyonce for an endorsement, $3 million for expenses to Oprah Winfrey, $6,000 to very low-key rated anchor Al Sharpton, and others to be named for absolutely nothing. So, big claim made by US President Donald Trump, and he has claimed that the large amount of money was being paid to these celebrities to endorse Kamala Harris in the election of 2016. And he said that the matter needs to be investigated, and he has also spoken about the prosecution of Kamala Harris. However, he has just made these claims but not given any proof so far. There is no evidence that he has given, but he said he has alleged that a lot of celebrities were paid millions of money for endorsing Kamala Harris in the 2016 election. And viewers, time to get all the sporting action now. Here is the sports wrap. Fueled by a commanding century from captain Ben Stokes, England piled on a formidable 669 runs in their first innings, seizing a substantial 311-run lead over India on day 4 of the fourth test. Stokes broke his two-year drought with a gritty 141 off 198 balls, marking his 14th test 100 and propelling England past the 600-run mark. On the flip side, Jasprit Bumrah recorded an unwanted milestone, conceding 100 or more runs in an innings for the first time in his 48-test career. Mumbai's 13-year-old prodigy Rhythm Mamania has clinched the gold medal in the solo free dance event at the 20th Asian Roller Skating Championship held in South Korea. A six-time national champion, Rhythm added another feather to her cap, bringing pride to the nation. Earlier this year, she had also secured an international gold at the Taiwan Artistic Roller Skating Open. Inter Miami's Lionel Messi and Jordi Alba have been handed a one-match suspension after skipping the Major League Soccer All-Star game earlier this week. The pair missed the marquee event in Texas, where their team triumphed 3-1 over Mexico's Liga MX All-Stars. As a result, both players will sit out Inter Miami's upcoming home fixture against FC Cincinnati on Sunday. MLS released an official statement detailing the grounds for their suspension. England captain Ben Stokes became the third player in Test history to achieve both 7,000 runs and 200 wickets, joining legends Sir Garfield Sobers and Jacques Kallis. For the first time in 77 years, all of England's top four batters scored 70-plus runs in a single Test innings. In the fourth Test against India at Old Trafford, openers Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett gave the hosts a strong platform. And Crawley, who was under scrutiny over his place in the 11, responded with a defiant 84-run knock. Jasprit Bumrah conceded over 100 runs in an innings for the first time in his Test career, marking a rare off day for the pace spearhead. A consistent asset since his debut, Bumrah looked uncharacteristically out of rhythm on day 3 of the fourth Test against England in Manchester, failing to clock speeds above 140 km per hour. Bumrah conceded over 100 runs in an innings for the first time in his Test career. India had a very rough outing in the fourth Test against England in Manchester. Viewers, we are taking a short break, but coming up ahead, the big international story, protests against Donald Trump as he is on a 5-day visit to Scotland. And we'll also take a look at the big story from England, where thousands of doctors in the state-funded health system are holding a 5-day strike over their salaries. This and much more on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
13,000 placements last year. At Aadi, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
$13,000 placements last year. At Aadi, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning viewers, hello and welcome, and you're watching Republic this morning at 8. Let's bring you all the top news, beginning with the top headlines of this hour. Delhi-bound Air India flight rejects takeoff at Guwahati after parking brake fails to function. Plane grounded until safety checks cleared. Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchipallam to honour the legacy of Chola dynasty in significant Tamil Nadu visit.
भारत में बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं।
Pakistan given hard reality check by Prime Minister Modi from Tamil Nadu dais. Prime Minister says made in India weapons gave Islamabad nightmares. As BCCI maintains a stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. At least 11 injured in mass stabbing case in Michigan, suspect taken into custody. Breaking news coming in, viewers, on top of this hour. At least 11 people are injured in a stabbing incident at Walmart near the Michigan's Traverse City in the United States. The Michigan State Police said that the local sheriff's office was investigating the incident and details are limited. Now, meanwhile, suspect has also been taken into custody is what we understand. The cops have asked people to avoid the area while the investigation is still ongoing. That's the latest breaking news coming in on top of this hour, where we understand that at least 11 people have been injured. This is a stabbing incident coming into light at Walmart near Michigan's Traverse City in the United States. And this is not the first time, but multiple times in the past also we have witnessed such situations in the United States shopping complexes. And this time it's in Walmart, where nearly 11 people are said to be injured in the stabbing incident. What we also understand that the suspect has been taken into custody and investigation is currently underway. People have been asked to clear the area. All right, moving on from that, let's get you more breaking news coming in. At this point in time, an American Airlines flight faced a dramatic incident at the Denver International Airport when its left main landing gear caught fire. Now, this prompted an emergency evacuation. Flight AA3023 bound for Miami was on the runway shortly after takeoff when the fire was first spotted. Passengers and crew members were evacuated safely by emergency slides as the smoke billowed beneath the aircraft. Those dramatic visuals also, viewers, on your screens at this point in time, where we can see that the American plane caught fire, and you can see from the visuals how the passengers and the crew were indeed evacuated safely. And now moving on, after concluding his successful visit to the UK and the Maldives, Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived in Tamil Nadu's Tuticorin, where he inaugurated development projects worth rupees 4,800 crore. Now, following this, the Prime Minister will visit the historic Gangaikonda, Cholapuram, and what we also understand at this point in time, that Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who went ahead and he in fact launched several projects and also marked the anniversary of Emperor Rajendra Chola. Prime Minister will also release a commemorative coin on the occasion. The Prime Minister's visit holds a significant importance as it is coming just months ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections next year.
After concluding the historic UK and Maldives visit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in poll-bound Tamil Nadu to blow the poll bugle. He arrived in Tuticorin as part of his two-day visit to Tamil Nadu, where he inaugurated and dedicated a series of landmark projects across several sectors worth 4,800 crores.
एक बार फिर यहाँ 4,800 करोड़ रुपीस के प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास किया गया है। इनमें एयरपोर्ट, हाईवे, पोर्ट्स और रेलवे के प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं और पावर सेक्टर से जुड़े अहम इनिशिएटिव भी हैं।
He countered M.K. Stalin on his claim that the centre was withholding funds for the state.
हमने तमिलनाडु के डेवलपमेंट से जुड़ी पॉलिसीज को निरंतर प्राथमिकता दी है। पिछले एक दशक में केंद्र सरकार ने डिवॉल्यूशन के जरिए तमिलनाडु को 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए भेजे हैं। ये अमाउंट पिछली यूपीए सरकार द्वारा भेजी गई राशि की तुलना में more than 3 times है।
In line with his commitment to developing world-class air infrastructure and enhancing connectivity, the Prime Minister inaugurated the new terminal building at Tuticorin Airport.
तूतुकुड़ी एयरपोर्ट के नए एडवांस टर्मिनल का शुभारंभ इसी दिशा में एक और बड़ा कदम है। 450 करोड़ रुपए की कॉस्ट से बना ये टर्मिनल अब हर साल 20 लाख से ज्यादा पैसेंजर्स को होस्ट करेगा। पहले ये सालाना कैपेसिटी केवल 3 लाख पैसेंजर की थी। नए टर्मिनल के बाद देश के कई और रूट्स तक तूतुकुड़ी की कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी।
On the occasion of Kargil Vijay Divas, the Prime Minister paid his tributes and respects to the fallen heroes of Kargil War in 1999.
करगिल विजय दिवस है। मैं सर्वप्रथम कारगिल के वीरों को नमन करता हूं, शहीदों को श्रद्धांजलि देता हूं।
He also hailed Operation Sindoor and highlighted how Make in India weapons powered the retaliation to Pakistan.
आप सभी ने अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान मेक इन इंडिया की ताकत देखी है। आतंक के ठिकानों को मिट्टी में मिलाने में मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की बड़ी भूमिका रही है। भारत में बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं।
The FTA with the United Kingdom also found a mention in Prime Minister Modi's address.
ब्रिटेन और भारत के बीच फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हुआ है। एफटीए भी इसी विजन को गति देता है। इस एफटीए एग्रीमेंट के बाद ब्रिटेन में बिकने वाले 99% भारतीय प्रोडक्ट्स पर कोई टैक्स नहीं लगेगा। ब्रिटेन में भारतीय चीजें सस्ती होंगी तो वहां डिमांड बढ़ेगी और यहां भारत में उन चीजों के निर्माण के लिए ज्यादा मौके बनेंगे।
Following the inauguration of key projects in Tuticorin, Prime Minister Modi is set to visit the historic Brihadishwara temple, where he will release a commemorative coin in honor of Rajendra Chola to mark the 1000th anniversary of his conquest of the Gangetic Plains.
Especially visiting the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, where he'd be commemorating the 1000th year of the great Raja Rajendra Chola, the king who actually went to the northeast as a maritime expedition in all of Southeast Asia, and it is also the commencement of the construction of the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple. Narendra Modi, after visiting the temple, he'd also be launching a bronze coin in remembrance of the great king Raja Raja Chola. Following which he'll also be attending a concert by music composer Ilayaraja, and it is also the special Aadi Thiruvathirai festival in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Rajendra Chola I, whose reign marked the zenith of the Chola Empire, is widely celebrated for his military prowess and temple building achievements.
He was a great king, great warrior and simultaneously great connoisseur of Indian culture and architecture. So the temple which he has made here in Gangaikonda Cholapuram, after his victories through the expeditions, on the naval expeditions, maritime expeditions, as well as through his victories on the land till the Mother Ganges, and then he made this temple. We all are proud that Honorable Prime Minister is visiting on this auspicious occasion, and certainly after his visit, this place will see another height in the tourism.
In a significant cultural outreach, around 25 Shevite Mutt heads from Tamil Nadu are set to share the stage with Prime Minister at the Brihadishvara temple. This event echoes a similar gathering from 2023 when 19 Adinams participated in Sengol installation at the new Parliament building. Prime Minister Modi's two-day visit is seen as strategically timed in the run-up to the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly elections.
Now, viewers, a horrific case of sexual assault has come to light from Bihar's Gaya district. A woman who had fainted during a Home Guard recruitment drive in Bodh Gaya was allegedly raped inside a moving ambulance by two staffers while she was unconscious. Now, the victim later informed the police from the hospital, following which an FIR was then registered. Now, a special investigation team has been formed and two accused, the driver and the technician, have been arrested. Here's a report.
In a shocking incident, a woman was allegedly raped by two ambulance staff members while she was unconscious and being taken to a hospital for treatment in Bihar's Gaya. The victim reportedly fainted during an ongoing physical test for the recruitment of home guards on the campus of the Bihar Military Police Grounds at Bodh Gaya. Within hours of registration of FIR, two of the accused, including the driver and the technician, were arrested.
महिला अभ्यर्थी ने यह आरोप लगाया कि एम्बुलेंस में जो कर्मी थे उनके द्वारा उनके साथ दुर्व्यवहार और दुष्कर्म किया गया है और इस सूचना को प्राप्त होती हमने तुरंत अविलंब कार्रवाई की और उसका चिकित्सकीय परीक्षण प्राप्त किया और संदेह के आधार पर जो एम्बुलेंस कर्मी थी और ड्राइवर, जो टेक्नीशियन और ड्राइवर दोनों को डिटेन किया गया और सभी एस्पेक्ट पर हम लोग विस्तृत जांच पड़ताल करके अग्रिम कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं.
A forensic team has been deployed and CCTV footage from the surrounding area has been recovered to track the ambulance's movement and timeline. The incident drew sharp political reactions, with RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav taking to social media on Saturday to criticize the government. Meanwhile, Union Minister and LJP Ramvilas President Chirag Paswan strongly criticized the government over the deteriorating law and order situation in the state.
बिहार में जिस तरीके से हत्या, अपहरण, लूटमार, डकैती, बलात्कार एक के बाद ऐसी श्रृंखला बन गई है और अब तो ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे प्रशासन पूरी तरीके से नाकामयाब है इन घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए. और अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो ये आने वाले दिनों में एक बहुत भयावह परिस्थिति उत्पन्न कर देगा हमारे प्रदेश के लिए.
The incident has caused widespread outrage and raised concern over women's safety in Bihar.
Now, viewers, this Sandoor Top is one of the most strategic vantage points during the Kargil War of 1999. The icy winds that brushes past today is the same that greeted our soldiers 26 years ago. But unlike today, back then, this very ridge echoed with thunder of artillery, the crack of gunfire and the undying roar of the Indian bravery. Sandoor Top witnessed it all, the sacrifice and the blood the brotherhood, and then eventually the victory. It stands today not just as a military position, but as a symbol of what India is made of: resolve that does not waver and courage that does not cover.
The might of the Indian Armed Forces has been witnessed by these mighty hills. These mountains were the battleground during the Operation Vijay. This is the Tiger Hill. As close as we can get to it is from this point where we are reporting from 14,200 feet. But that peak, viewers, that was high altitude warfare that happened during the Kargil war. That is more than 17,000 feet. You can understand the challenges of the terrain just by any common man walking to up to this hill is so difficult that one completely falls short of breath. Imagine that our brave soldiers, our young soldiers were facing the enemy. They were witnessing bloodshed there. On the 2nd of July, information was received about the Pakistanis, the enemies occupying that peak. And on the 4th of July, the Indian Armed Forces captured it again. We'll try and zoom in to that post, and we'll show you how difficult that terrain would have been. And the hero, of course, was the one leading the Ghatak platoon, and he was from the 18 Grenadiers, Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who, despite suffering bullets, despite losing more and more members of his platoon, he unfurled the Tiranga on that top. And as we speak, viewers, we are also going to pan and show you the Trishul top and the Trishul ridge. That is of utmost importance, viewers. Why is it important? Because this area, these hills were used during the Operation Sindoor as well. And behind this Trishul, viewers, behind the Trishul, it looks like a trident. So behind this Trishul is the line of control. In fact, we are just almost a kilometer away from the LOC.
Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. Also coming up on the other side, Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple to honour the legacy of Chola dynasty in significant Tamil Nadu visit.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Welcome back, viewers. Now, breaking news coming in at this point in time. What we're able to understand, there has been another incident of assault on Indian origin man, which has come to light in Australia's Melbourne. Now, he was brutally attacked by a machete by a group of teenagers outside a shopping complex, leaving him with life-altering injuries. Now, one of the boys punched him repeatedly while the other rummaged through his pockets. As you can see, those are the visuals also. We are showing our viewers, of course, how the Indian man was assaulted in Australia's Melbourne. And that is a very, very important development coming in at this point in time. All right, I've been joined by Mr. Jay Bharadwaj. He's the editor of Australia Today. Thank you for joining us this morning and speaking with us on Republic. How do you see this development which has now come to light from, Melbourne, where an Indian origin man was brutally attacked and he has indeed survived with several very, very deep cut injuries?
See, this is another incident of the crime spree which is happening in Victoria, probably with the use of machetes. Before this, these machete thugs only used to rob people, but this time around they have done a heinous crime, almost chopping off the hand of this gentleman of Indian origin. It's a terrible crime. Police has arrested 3 of them. One is still absconding. However, the laws are such that these teenagers who are 14, 15 years old have been released on bail pending further procedures against them. The Victorian government, Premier Jacinta Allen, has been watching that they will do something more than what they are doing right now. But what we see is crime spree is just spiraling into this kind of incident. This is not done. In last 2 weeks or so, we have seen crimes against Indian Australians have gone multi-folds. Be it Adelaide incident of Charanpreet Singh, be it the Hindu temple vandalization in Melbourne City, and now this young man's hand has been chopped. So something has to be done. The authorities have not come forward as yet. The political authorities, I have heard from Multicultural Affairs Shadow Minister, he has condemned this incident. However, we don't need condemnation anymore. We need stricter actions, stricter laws, and those we need now, so that the residents of the city can be protected against these thugs wielding machetes in our streets and our shopping centers.
Appreciate you joining us this morning, Mr. Jay Bharadwaj. Thank you for giving us your insight on this particular incident that has in fact taken place in Australia's Melbourne. Now, moving on, viewers, lined up for you is an exclusive interview with Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan on the other side.
Little complaining of chest pain. I met him personally. He's a very warm person. He's a great legal luminary. He's a man of great integrity and intellect, and we need his services. But when health is not permitting him, then he offered.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया जोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया जोना इंडिया जोना
India Zona. 13,000 placements last year. At Aadi, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की देगी मीरज
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मीरज केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भारत के इतने लेजेंडरी एक्टर फिर से एक तरह से रिस्क क्यों ले रहे हैं?
ओशो की एक बड़ी अच्छी लाइन है
जी,
इफ यू ट्राई यू रिस्क फेलियर, इफ यू डोंट यू एंश्योर इट। मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ वो जीवन ही क्या जो संघर्षमय ना, संघर्षमय होने से ही तो अपने जिंदा होने का एहसास होता है।
Very good morning, viewers. In an exclusive conversation with the Republic, Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister weighed in on multiple key issues from the developments under Operation Sindoor to Vice President Dhankar's resignation. He also addressed the growing language row that's sparked political debate across southern states. Here are the highlights from the exclusive interaction. Take a look.
Joining us right now is actor turned politician and now the Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan with us. Sir, thank you so much for your time and speaking to us on Republic TV. Many raised questions, many of them have been raising this question that the ceasefire which was announced shouldn't have been announced, especially by Donald Trump. Why did he come out and announce the ceasefire, whereas what was the Indian government doing is what the questions are being raised. What do you say?
Definitely, when a war is happening, the major countries, major superpowers will take an interest in it and they have a say in it. To what extent they will monitor, because it is going to affect the world. Two powerful, one powerful nation and one nation so-called assuming that they are having nuclear weapons. What if they do some? Because that is fundamentally it might create a danger for the entire globe. So the concerns will be there, they'll be monitoring it, and definitely no one wants to escalate a war situation. But someone without the knowledge, if some president of America, if he announces what it has got to do with Modi ji, what it has got to do with the government of India. And still the very clear-cut idea is Operation Sindoor is an ongoing operation. As long as the terrorism continues, Operation Sindoor is on. That's what. We have achieved our targets, we had achieved our objectives. Whatever the damage had to be done, it had been done. And it is very clear-cut, and right from Ajit Dovalji, everyone is saying, you show us a very simple example, simple photograph where they had done damage to us. If they can't claim it mere by basing on the other governments, opposition is talking, I feel it is quite ridiculous.
Right. So we see that there is a massive uproar that has been going on in Parliament. Just on the day one of the Parliament, we see that the Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, has resigned citing health issues, whereas we see that opposition party, especially the Congress, has been raising this question that what made him resign, that too on the day of the Parliament session or the monsoon session that began. What do you have to say?
We all know that Dhankarji went into Lohia hospital complaining of chest pain. I met him personally. He's a very warm person. He's a great intellect, a legal luminary. He's a man of great integrated intellect, and we need his services. But when health is not permitting him, when he offered to resign, I think where is the need to make this kind of melodrama? And what is the objective? And I don't see, I am not seeing any other, the kind of reasons what they're trying to portray. I'm not saying it is a simple, I understand his health is not in a good condition, he offered resignation. That's how we look at it.
So there's no need of politics is what you say?
There is a need to politicalize, to yield a political dividend out of every situation. It becomes too dull and boring.
Right. So talking about the elections coming up, which are in Tamil Nadu 2026, where we will be seeing that you will be one of the star campaigners, especially for the BJP and the alliance that the BJP has announced in Tamil Nadu. How do you read the situation there?
I campaign for NDA because that's a part, being a NDA alliance partner. Definitely that's our fundamental responsibility. To campaign for our partners. Even I had done this for Maharashtra, especially in Vidarbha and more or less main core areas, including Pune. So in the same manner I went to Tamil Nadu. That is more than political, it went for an occasion, a religious occasion which when I speak quite openly. I say whatever I wanted to say, I say it in a very firm manner and solid manner. I think that created certain buzz there. I don't know about future whether I would be campaigning there or not. That part we haven't discussed. So till as on now, One Nation, One Election had lent I went and extended my support, and of course for Murugan Manadu I went and supported it. I participated in it. If the elections had come, if they are coming, if elections are about to come and whatever is needed from my side, if the leadership needs it, definitely I'll look into it.
Do you think with the ADMK and BJP going in alliance in Tamil Nadu, will it be a smooth move for BJP and will they be able to make it in power? Because DMK seems to be very strong there.
Because if you look at in the last, in Andhra Pradesh also, the example is YCP looked very solid and stable for outsider. But the internal vote is broken. So I look at AIDMK and the BJP alliance is on a very strong foothold.
And now shifting our focus a little bit, when we talk about the language roar which has been going on, the Hindi language especially, we have been seeing how you have been putting out this message that yes, Hindi is very much needed and everyone should learn Hindi. What's your take? Because many of the neighboring states like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, they have been telling that no, why Hindi should be as national.
I don't understand why one should hate Hindi. And I feel sometimes sad to speak in English. Because English has become a thinking language for an average Indian. And why it cannot be, thinking if a language which is not of this or this subcontinent origin, some European origin language we are able to adopt, we could make it as a thinking language. And how come we are not able to apply the same to either for a Tamil or for a Kannada, for Malayalam or for a Marathi or a Hindi? I think every person of a certain linguistic background, whether you're a Tamil, Telugu, Hindi speaking, Kannada speaking, I think it is natural to think to have one more language, learning one more language would be a great addition to their own progress. And one is the linguistic integration is very essential for the betterment of our country. And I firmly believe in it, I firmly practice it.
So do you think Hindi should be made as a national language?
It is, I don't know, how do we call it as a national language? I don't know, because everyone is becoming so sensitive. Because when I was learning, when I was in school, Hindi was we accept it as a national language. And suddenly Hindi has become an alien language, Hindi has become sensitive. I don't understand why. Because in one of my films, I very joyfully put a Hindi song written by Abbas Taiwala. And in a Telugu film, I put a Hindi song in 2001. It was my way of saying, okay, accepting it and welcoming it. And which I had never seen any anti-statement against it. People enjoyed the song. People, in fact, they learned that entire song. And I didn't see any difficulty. Suddenly, in last 1 or 2 decades, it became a very sensitive talking about language. And which was never there, not even in Telangana, Hindi was never an issue. Suddenly it became an issue. I don't know. I think I feel more of a political denial than a acceptance.
So how do you see the politics turning out, especially with the opposition parties raising a lot of questions? There's a Hindi debate, Hindi language debate that has been going on.
I think all of us should deal it in a very more, instead of an aggressive way, I think we should make it in a very, we should be able to make people understand why learning a language is essential, especially why Hindi is essential. And in the same way, advocate even a certain amount of exposure to South Indian languages is needed in Northern part. That's how the country gets integrated more, and the generations which are coming or oncoming generations will understand it better. And I could see that change happening in Uttar Pradesh under the leadership of Yogi Adityanath ji. I could see the signboards in Tamil, I can see the signboards in Kannada, I can see the signboards in Telugu. That was quite a welcoming gesture. I think one should embrace that.
How would you bring that change in Andhra if you have to?
In Andhra, actually, we don't have any feeling. We don't have any resistance to it, because we share borders with Orissa, we share borders with Maharashtra, we share borders with Chhattisgarh, we share borders with Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana. So our adaptability is far superior than any other state. So one more additional language is like more than welcome to us. So I think we are in a very unique situation, unlike other states.
We also see that very soon there will be Bihar elections, and now that the Election Commission of India has taken a big step of revision of the voter list, whereas the opposition parties is taking a political stand and making a lot of criticism out of it. What do you have to say?
I think revision of voters list, don't you think it is essential time to time? And deletions has to happen, additions will happen. That's a natural process. Maybe if some opposition is fearing, that means is there anything fishy which you had done? That's how we look at it. Even right now in last elections, a lot of additions happen, a lot of deletions happen. I think constantly, like we need a spring cleaning even for a house. I think we have to look at it as a spring cleaning, some kind of how many voters are there, are they existing, or really are they from, I think that is an essential exercise which has to be done. I think there is nothing wrong in it.
So do you think that the opposition which has been questioning this, is it that they have done something wrong, is what you are trying to say?
If they are concerned, but like I said, if the process is transparent, why should they be scared? If people have decided to vote for an opposition, let them be. But when electoral, that whatever the voters list has to be finalized, to be rechecked again, some kind of cleansing has to happen, let it happen. I think what is bothering them? That's what I done. Unless there is some kind of things which you wanted to hide. Maybe
because we have many major states elections coming up very soon, like Bihar, Tamil Nadu.
Maybe they are under the fear. Maybe they would delete our words. I think that is a constant fear. Even we had gone through it. Certain times certain people might do it. I think even in the every state, there are some issues, but nevertheless, I think Election Commission has to do its job, and constant checking of new voters and deletion of the non-existent voters should be taken care.
This decision?
We will welcome the decision.
About the recent incidents that have been happening, especially the Pahalgam terror attack, when we talk about where we saw that how our forces had carried out Operation Sindoor, and now also the government plans to take up the discussion in the parliament over Operation Sindoor.
They have walked out.
But then opposition parties have been still raising a lot of questions. How do you look at it?
First of all, there is a trust factor is a non-existent in opposition, and they have to maintain the decorum of the parliament, and you should let the discussions unfold. You should create a cordial atmosphere to open up. Somehow, if I look at that entire discussions when Operation Sindoor and all, suspecting our own armed forces is not good for the integrity of the nation, not good for the integrity of our armed forces. Consistent doubting our armed forces is for me, it's personally, I hate when people doubt our armed forces. And especially go out of the country and talking, belittling our nation is something which we should, it should not be accepted. Especially in parliament, I think you should let the debates to open up, and we have to create a kind of a trustworthy atmosphere, and you should let people discuss, and let the people should understand. If they don't give an opportunity, discussions to go on, and by mere raising or disrupting the parliament is not going to help. Even whatever the objective they wanted to achieve, and it can't be achieved by disrupting parliament.
Many raised questions, many of them have been raising this question that the ceasefire which was announced shouldn't have been announced, especially by Donald Trump. Why did he come out and announce the ceasefire, whereas what was the Indian government doing is what the questions are being raised. What do you say?
Definitely, when a war is happening, the major countries, major superpowers will take an interest in it, and they have a say in it. To what extent they will monitor, because it is going to affect the world. Two powerful, one powerful nation and one nation so-called assuming that they are having nuclear weapons. What if they do some? Because that is fundamentally it might create a danger for the entire globe. So the concerns will be there. They'll be monitoring it, and definitely no one wants to escalate a war situation. But someone without the knowledge, if some president of America, if he announces what it has got to do with Modi ji, what it has got to do with the government of India, and still the very clear-cut idea is Operation Sindoor is an ongoing operation. As long as the terrorism continues, Operation Sindoor is on. That's what we have achieved our targets. We have achieved our objectives. Whatever the damage had to be done, it had been done. And it is very clear-cut, and right from Ajit Dovalji, everyone is saying, you show us a very simple example, simple photograph where they had done damage to us. If they can't claim it mere by basing on the other governments, opposition is talking, I feel it is quite ridiculous.
Right. So we see that there is a massive uproar that has been going on in Parliament. Just on the day one of the Parliament, we see that the Vice President of India, Jagdeep Dhankar, has resigned citing health issues, whereas we see that opposition party, especially the Congress, has been raising this question that what made him resign, that too on the day one of the Parliament session or the monsoon session that began. What do you have to say?
We all know that Dhankarji went into Lohia hospital complaining of chest pain. I met him personally. He's a very warm person. He's a great legal luminary. He's a man of great integrated intellect, and we need his services. But when health is not permitting him, when he offered to resign, I think where is the need to make this kind of melodrama?
And viewers, artificial intelligence is no longer the future. It is the present, and it is transforming the very foundation of higher education. At Republic's AI Summit, Dr. Sanjay from the Reva University, with his vast experience in both the IT industry and academia, shares light on how AI is reshaping the way we teach, we learn and innovate. Take a look.
Joining me today is Dr. Sanjay R. Chitnis. He is the Vice Chancellor of Reva University, Bengaluru. The team, ladies and gentlemen, is India's AI Leap, and that starts here. Dr. Sanjay, thank you very much for speaking to Republic today. I want to know from you, with your extensive experience in both the IT industry and academia, how are you seeing the role of AI evolving in shaping the future of higher education?
AI is actually going to totally disrupt education. AI is not just what we see today in terms of content generation, in terms of images, music, etc. It's actually going to be quite assistive as we move towards general AI and super AI. Right? They are going to be assisting at an intellectual level to anybody, not just students. So tomorrow, our people, anybody can make use of AI to take on grand challenges and make wonders. So it's going to be really, really disruptive.
Right, sir. And how do you think that AI, the AI education is more hands-on for students than the normal teaching?
Yeah, so AI is going to be available to every student in terms of vast knowledge in multiple domains. So obviously the faculty's role is going to change towards from sage on the stage to guide on the side. So students can take on various challenges, not just projects, but innovative startup ideas, open source contributions, take on like United Nations SDGs and use AI to provide these solutions. So that's going to be a big difference than typical pen and paper based learning or textbook based learning.
Absolutely, sir. Like they say, it's time to catch up with the new era. With that, my next question to you is, sir, how do you think AI is changing the way we teach and learn today?
Yeah, so today teaching and learning is happening in classrooms or labs or projects, problem solving, etc. Today, students, when they have access to AI, then they can actually take initiative in terms of their personalized learning, ask whatever questions they want, get answered at whatever level they want, get assistance from AI, whether it's developing software or doing some core engineering design. They can take help of that and prepare that, right? So the distance between work and education is going to close down drastically. With help of AI, today, without much knowledge, for example, of new programming technology, I can use AI-based coding assistants, right, to start developing solutions. So work will become education, education will be part of work.
So what role do you feel that ethics play as far as we talk about the AI development?
Yeah. See, AI being such a disruptive technology, now it's very important that AI is not misused. It's not just about creating fake videos, etc. Tomorrow, a person with bad intention can use AI to spread bad news, take control of various companies, and it's like cyber attacks. So it's very, very important that people are trained on ethics, and not only you make AI ethical, but also people should be much more ethical in using this big power which AI is handing over to us in our hands.
Right, sir. Dr. Sanjay, like they say, with every new trends comes new challenges. What do you think are the challenges so far when we talk about AI in the sector of education here?
Yeah, the first challenge is the difference between people who have access to AI and don't have access to AI. Obviously, big companies like OpenAI are giving free versions, but they have versions which have subscription like $20, $200, $300 for Crore, etc. So not everybody will be able to afford. So it's going to actually create another AI kind of divide, like digital divide. So those who can afford to pay for more intelligent AI versus those who cannot afford to pay. And same thing for countries. So people who have access to this kind of vast computing infrastructure, whether it is US or other countries, they are going to have much more speed in terms of research, technology, progress, etc., compared to other nations which may not have that much access to compute power. So India and other countries have to really watch out that we don't get our culture and ethics, etc., not influenced by the countries which have access to this compute. So this AI divide is the main challenge which all of us have to watch for.
So we have talked about challenges. I want you to briefly tell us what are the opportunities that AI brings for all of us, be it students or teachers or for the ones who are actually running the organization as far as the opportunities are concerned in the AI sector?
Yeah. In earlier days, the physical power used to matter. So people who have more muscle power could definitely dominate. Then it was brain power. Today with AI, people who have less brain power, say less of IQ, say 120, 130, right, they don't have to worry about people who have IQ of 150 plus.
Right.
AI having IQ of say 1000 is going to bring that equalization in terms of intellectual power.
Right.
So the opportunity for people is to make use of AI, but use your human skills. Those human skills are going to be much, much more important now to convert your intent or purpose into some kind of success or addressing the opportunities. So that's the biggest advantage we are going to get by utilizing AI.
Right. So, sir, when we talk about humankind, like you said, it is one's own individual capacity that people should be using. Do you feel with the growing trend in AI and the amount and the pace at which it is getting popular, do you think AI will soon replace the humankind?
That risk is low. It all depends on how human beings are utilizing AI. So our challenge is not getting replaced by AI, but right, learning to use AI to take our civilization forward. Right? So that's the advantage, benefits, and challenge.
Right, sir. Also, sir, what do you think, which AI trends should the young innovators really watch out for every individual who's watching you speak right now?
Yeah. So the biggest AI trend is what they call agentic AI, where the AI is able to make decisions and take actions on their own. And very soon we are going to have millions and millions of such agents available on the internet. So people are calling towards us new Internet of Agents, right? Already MIT from US are talking about Internet of Agents. There is a platform called Nanda. So today, such Internet of Agents, that is distributed AI, is going to make the human civilization, humankind, change the way we work, the way we think, the way we operate drastically. So our young generation has to get used not to work with just other human beings, but other human beings plus all these AI agents. So I'm sure these young people will be able to catch up with this trend.
Absolutely, sir. You have a message for the young innovators out there. What is it that you want to send as a message to people who are watching us in every age group? Because when you talk about age group, the ones who are not Gen Z, who are not very familiar with the AI, are facing difficulties in catching up with the time, in catching up with the new trends. What is it that you want to send them as a message for everybody who is really fascinated with the idea of AI?
Yeah. So first of all, we don't have to be afraid of AI. At the same time, we should not use AI to stop using our brain, our emotional intelligence, our spiritual intelligence. So we have to continue developing our human faculties and make AI as an assistant to help us in doing what we want. Okay? Right. So the main skill required is today to sharpen our intent, our purpose, and communicate that effectively with AI systems so that they can help us. That's going to make the difference.
Absolutely, sir. And one last question before I let you go. How is it that you are incorporating AI in your life?
Yeah. So right from taking minutes of meeting, developing speeches, creating learning content, I'm using AI. I've also started learning how to use AI Copilot for coding, because unless we experience ourselves, we cannot give our opinions and teach our students. So today, AI is available for doing whatever you want.
Right, sir. Dr. Sanjay, it was a very insightful session indeed. I'm sure everybody who's watching this is really enthralled with the idea of AI. I am as well. And it's a strong message that you've sent out to everybody who's fascinated with the idea of AI. The only message is use AI, but use AI as an assistant and not as completely dependent being on AI. Dr. Sanjay, thank you very much again for speaking to Republic.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया जोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया जोना इंडिया जोना
India Zona. 13,000 placements last year. At Aadi, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching Republic TV and we will be bringing you a lot news on the other side with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second day in the Tamil Nadu. But more details after this headlines.
बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद। वणक्कम।
Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple today to honor the legacy of the Chola dynasty in significant Tamil Nadu visit.
हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं।
Pakistan given hard reality check by Prime Minister Modi from Tamil Nadu dais. Prime Minister says made in India weapons gave Islamabad nightmares. As the BCCI maintains a stunning silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Delhi-bound Air India flight rejects takeoff at Guwahati after parking brake fails to function. Plane grounded until safety checks clear. Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. At least 11 injured in mass stabbing case in Michigan. Suspect taken into custody. Well, thank you for joining us, viewers, this morning. It is the day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Tamil Nadu visit. Well, on Saturday, the Prime Minister launched multiple projects in Tamil Nadu, including the new airport terminal, extended runway and the cargo berthing facility at Thoothukudi Airport. His visit is considered strategically planned ahead of the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly polls. Now, the incumbent DMK and the opposition AIADMK have already launched their campaigns. Meanwhile, the BJP, which has recently renewed its alliance with the AIADMK, aims to expand its influence in Tamil Nadu by emphasizing historical, cultural and development-related issues.
आज भारत सरकार का मेक इन इंडिया और मिशन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर बहुत जोर है। आप सभी ने अभी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान मेक इन इंडिया की ताकत देखी है। आतंक के ठिकानों को मिट्टी में मिलाने में मेड इन इंडिया हथियारों की बड़ी भूमिका रही है। भारत में बने हथियार आज भी आतंक के आकाओं की नींद उड़ाए हुए हैं।
All right, my colleague Sarda is joining us live at this point. Sarda, very good morning. You know, it is the day 2 of Prime Minister's visit in Tamil Nadu, and there is a lot lined up today. You know, we saw that the Prime Minister had launched multiple projects yesterday. And help us understand what is all there in the pipeline for today's day.
Well, as you mentioned, after he landed yesterday at Thoothukudi Airport, after inaugurating multiple projects that is worth 4,800 crores, including the new airport terminal there in Thoothukudi, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, reached Trichy Airport, where he was invited by the AIADMK Edappadi Palaniswamy, who is also the party General Secretary, and following which, today morning, Narendra Modi would be reaching the Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, where he'll be also making sure that the Chola temple, where he is going to make sure that after following the Abhishekam, he'll also be making sure that there is launching a bronze coin about the Rajaraja Cholan King I, and he's also attending a few programs at the temple venue that also includes a temple festival, a local temple festival for the Aadi month, and it is also said that Narendra Modi would be holding a road show right in Ariyalur. So after his move from Trichy to Ariyalur through helicopter, where near the helipad, he'll be conducting a road show starting from 11:15 a.m. to 12 noon, where he'll also be meeting the people. As you mentioned, this is the first move that the BJP is taking for the 2026 election campaign, and it says that what BJP has in store for the people of Tamil Nadu for the upcoming elections.
Well, Sadda, also help us understand, in one hand, it is DMK and the opposition AIA-DMK who already launched their campaigns, and it is the BJP now, coming forward with Prime Minister Narendra Modi already, somewhere launching the poll bugle today itself.
Well, the AIDMK and DMK launched their campaigns right in the mid of July, while DMK has a door-to-door campaign. AIDMK has been running the statewide campaign, moving along across the cities, but BJP, being an ally of AIDMK, has still not reached out to the entire state of Tamil Nadu, but making sure that they are with the AIDMK and following the NDA alliance, making sure that the NDA alliance is put out all over the state of Tamil Nadu. I think it's following which Narendra Modi's campaign today is when the BJP will start the full-fledged campaign, and also there's talks about the AIDMK and the BJP campaigning together for the elections very soon.
Absolutely. Appreciate you joining us, Sada, and giving us all the details. We will be, tracking all the details through the course of the day, and we will be coming back to you. Now, viewers, moving forward, at a time when India observed the 26th anniversary of the Kargil Vijay Divas, honouring the supreme sacrifice of our soldiers, news comes in that time that India will play Pakistan in Asia Cup 2025, scheduled at a neutral venue in the UAE. Now, as the nation remembers the bravery of our Jawans who fought and fell for the flag, this decision sparks outrage. Now, can cricket justify, or rather cricket diplomacy justify sporting ties with a country that continues to bleed us through terror? On one hand, we strike terror across the border, and on the other, we pad up for a match with the very same enemy. Well, this isn't just about cricket. It's a question of national resolve, of memory, of martyrdom. Now, cricket with Pakistan at a time like this isn't just tone deaf, it's indeed unacceptable.
That we need not to play cricket with Pakistan. Further, as some previous viewers said, it's all about multi-billion, billion-dollar industry, kind of 1,000 crore plus. There are betting apps, there are large business houses. We have direct or indirect interest in playing cricket. So it's more about the money rather than the national interest. So we need to stop that. Also, we should try to push the media houses who are, sponsoring ads to don't show ad on, India-Pakistan channel when the match happens. And also we need to request the viewers, we need to boycott completely India-Pakistan match if at all it happens.
It's been only 3 months since the Pahalgam incident happened. Our politicians, they are speaking up in, on international forums about this. And at this time, a game just for some TRP or some amount of money, some profits, I don't think this is required. BCCI is the biggest cricket control board in the in the whole world, and I don't think BCCI needs this. We don't need Pakistan to get TRP. We have to put sanctions on them in all manners. We cannot be specific that okay, we will not talk to them, but on the other hand, we'll play cricket with them.
Now, viewers, on the other hand, there are more reactions coming in at this point in time. Let's take a listen in.
मेरा पहले से ही स्टैंड रहा है कि अगर आप नहीं खेल रहे तो कोई भी बायलैटरल नहीं खेल रहे तो मेरे ख्याल में इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स भी नहीं खेलना चाहिए, जहाँ तक ये मेरा मानना है। बट लेकिन गवर्नमेंट क्या डिसाइड करेगी, बोर्ड क्या डिसाइड करेगी, वही होगा। मेरा पहले से ही स्टैंड रहा है कि अगर आप नहीं खेल रहे तो कोई भी बायलैटरल नहीं खेल रहे तो मेरे ख्याल में इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स भी नहीं खेलना चाहिए, जहाँ तक ये मेरा मानना है। बट लेकिन गवर्नमेंट क्या डिसाइड करेगी, बोर्ड क्या डिसाइड करेगी, वही होगा।
देखिए, ये सब चीज़ें सेंटर का विषय है। उन्होंने पहले भी इस तरह का एक मैच होने वाला था, वो रद्द किया था। मुझे लगता है आगे भी सरकार ऐसा ही कोई फैसला लेगी। हमारी सरकार सक्षम है। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से पाकिस्तान को बहुत करारा जवाब मिला था और आगे भी सरकार जो तय करेगी, हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार, वो भारत के हित में होगा।
Well, viewers, now breaking news coming in at this point in time. What we understand that there has been a bomb threat that has been received at MK Stalin's house in Chennai. And that is a big development coming in, a big breaking news that MK Stalin's house in Chennai has received a bomb threat. We'll try and understand more details on that note, and we'll also try and get my colleague to give us more updates. But that is a big breaking news coming in this morning that MK Stalin's house in Chennai has received a bomb threat. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is already in Tamil Nadu, and during his visit, this is a big news indeed coming in, news of importance, where MK Stalin's house in Chennai has received a bomb threat. We will try and ascertain more details at this point in time, but understanding the importance of current situation, my colleague Sarda is joining us. Sarda, help us understand the details. We understand at this point in time how there has been a very grievous bomb threat that has been received at MK Stalin's residence.
Well, as we speak, the police are now making sure whether this bomb threat is just a scare or is there any other information based on this. We'll know in a few minutes. The bomb squad is right now searching MK Stalin's house in Alwarpet to make sure that it is the information that the media has received is not true. This is not the first time that the Chief Minister MK Stalin has been receiving a bomb threat. Back in 2022 after taking up his post, and again in 2023 there were 2 bomb threats in his house in Alwarpet. However, now MK Stalin, who was admitted in the hospital in Apollo for gastric trouble and giddiness, is said to have gone also angiogastric to make sure that he has no other issues, while the medical bulletin has already cleared Stalin of any health issues. He is likely to be discharged from the hospital today, and we'll be knowing more information if MK Stalin would be out from the hospital today. And additional to this bomb threat, if there would be a change in his schedule and if he would be changing his address or location of his residence at the moment.
All right, Sarada, appreciate you joining us and giving us all the details. We will be keeping a close track on the developments, whether or not it was a hoax threat. That will be ascertained in due course of time. But surely moving on now, a chilling case of alleged academic harassment leading to suicide. A final year dental student from Jammu ends her life in Udaipur. Now, her note points fingers at the college staff for mental torture and extortion. The family demands justice at this point.
माता जी, आपसे उनकी बात होती थी इस बारे में?
हाँ, होती थी, बोलती थी, वो सब बोलती थी, तंग करते हैं, वो पैसे मांगते हैं, वो बोलती थी, दिए भी है हमने, बहुत बार दिए भी है। इस बार घर आई थी, बोलती थी मम्मी जब तक पेपर नहीं लेके मैं नहीं जाऊंगी। फिर उसकी डेट शीट निकल गई, वो 1 हफ्ता पहले ही घर से गई है, खुशी खुशी गई है, खुशी खुशी गई है।
कब से वो उस कॉलेज में पढ़ रही थी?
2020 से गई थी वो।
अब कॉलेज वाले क्या कह रहे थे उसको?
वो पैसे मांग रहे थे, पेपर देने नहीं दे रहे थे, होते नहीं ओट बेज में, बोलते थे ओट बेज में डाल दिया। जो जूनियर थे उनके साथ बोलते थे आप कॉलेज में आओ, वो बोलते थे हमारे पेपर ले लो, वो नहीं लेते थे पेपर, पैसे मांगते थे, पैसे दे दो तो फिर पेपर लेते थे, नहीं तो नहीं लेते थे पेपर।
एक नोट मिला है, श्वेता ने लिखा, उसमें 2 टीचर्स का भी नाम लिखा है।
हाँ, 2 टीचर को उसने वही ज़्यादा तंग करते थे, उनको पकड़ो, उनको सजा दे दो, उन दोनों को नहीं छोड़ना, उन दोनों को नहीं छोड़ना।
जब ये वाकया हुआ तो कॉलेज प्रशासन ने आपको क्या बताया है?
उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता, वो क्या बताएंगे, उन्होंने छुपा के रखा उनको, उन्होंने पकड़ना होता तो आज ही पकड़वा देते उनको पता नहीं कहाँ रखा है, उनको नहीं पकड़ा, उनको नहीं पकड़ा।
माता जी, आपसे उनकी बात होती थी इस बारे में?
हाँ होती थी, बोलती थी वो, सब बोलती थी तंग करते हैं वो, पैसे मांगते हैं वो, बोलती थी। दिए भी है हमने, बहुत बार दिए भी है। इस बार घर आई थी, बोलती थी मम्मी जब तक पेपर नहीं लेके मैं नहीं जाऊंगी। फिर उसकी डेट शीट निकल गई, वो एक हफ्ता पहले ही घर से गई है, खुशी खुशी गई है, खुशी खुशी गई है।
कब से वो उस कॉलेज में पढ़ रही थी?
2020 से गई थी वो।
अब कॉलेज वाले क्या कह रहे थे उसको?
वो पैसे मांग रहे थे, पेपर देने नहीं दे रहे थे। होते नहीं ओट बेज में, बोलते थे ओट बेज में डाल दिया। जो जूनियर थे उनके साथ बोलते थे आप कॉलेज में आओ, वो बोलते थे हमारे पेपर ले लो, वो नहीं लेते थे पेपर। पैसे मांगते थे, पैसे दे दो तो फिर पेपर लेते थे, नहीं तो नहीं लेते थे पेपर।
एक नोट मिला है, श्वेता ने लिखा, उसमें 2 टीचर्स का भी नाम लिखा है।
हाँ, 2 टीचर को उसने वही ज़्यादा तंग करते थे उनको पकड़ो, उनको सजा दे दो, उन दोनों को नहीं छोड़ना, उन दोनों को नहीं छोड़ना।
जब ये वाकया हुआ तो कॉलेज प्रशासन ने आपको क्या बताया है?
उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, मुझे नहीं पता वो क्या बताएंगे, उन्होंने छुपा के रखा उनको। उन्होंने पकड़ना होता तो आज ही पकड़वा देते उनको पता नहीं कहाँ रखा है, उनको नहीं पकड़ा।
All right, moving on, viewers. On that note, a horrific case of sexual assault has come to light from Bihar's Gaya district. A woman who had fainted during a home guard recruitment drive in Bodh Gaya was allegedly raped inside a moving ambulance by 2 staffers while she was unconscious. The victim later informed the police from the hospital, following which an FIR was registered. Now, a special investigation team has been formed and 2 accused, the driver and the technician, have been arrested. Here's the full report.
In a shocking incident, a woman was allegedly raped by 2 ambulance staff members while she was unconscious and being taken to a hospital for treatment in Bihar's Gaya. The victim reportedly fainted during an ongoing physical test for the recruitment of home guards on the campus of the Bihar Military Police Grounds at Bodh Gaya. Within hours of registration of FIR, 2 of the accused, including the driver and the technician, were arrested.
महिला अभ्यर्थी ने यह आरोप लगाया कि एम्बुलेंस में जो कर्मी थे उनके द्वारा उसके साथ दुर्व्यवहार और दुष्कर्म किया गया है, और इस सूचना को प्राप्त होती हमने तुरंत अवलंब कार्रवाई की और उसका चिकित्सकीय परीक्षण प्राप्त किया, और संदेह के आधार पर जो एम्बुलेंस कर्मी थी और ड्राइवर, जो टेक्नीशियन और ड्राइवर दोनों को डिटेन किया गया, और सभी एस्पेक्ट पर हम लोग विस्तृत जांच पड़ताल करके अभी कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं।
A forensic team has been deployed and CCTV footage from the surrounding area has been recovered to track the ambulance's movement and timeline. The incident drew sharp political reactions, with RJD leader Tejaswi Yadav taking to social media on Saturday to criticize the government. Meanwhile, Union Minister and LJP Ramvilas President Chirag Paswan strongly criticized the government over the deteriorating law and order situation in the state.
बिहार में जिस तरीके से हत्या, अपहरण, लूटमार, डकैती, बलात्कार एक के बाद ऐसी श्रृंखला बन गई है, और अब तो ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे प्रशासन पूरी तरीके से नाकामयाब है इन घटनाओं को रोकने के लिए। और अगर ऐसे ही चलता रहा तो ये आने वाले दिनों में एक बहुत भयावह परिस्थिति उत्पन्न कर देगा हमारे प्रदेश के लिए।
The incident has caused widespread outrage and raised concern over women's safety in Bihar.
And we were Sandoor Top, one of the most strategic vantage points during the Kargil War of 1999. The icy winds that brushes past today is the same that met our soldiers 26 years ago. But unlike the stillness now, back then, this very ridge echoed with thunder of artillery, the crack of gunfire, and the undying roar of Indian bravery. The Sandoor Top witnessed it all. The sacrifice, the blood, as well as the brotherhood and, of course, the victory. Now, today it stands not just as a military post, but as a symbol of what India is made of. Resolve that does not waver and courage that does not cower.
The might of the Indian Armed Forces has been witnessed by these mighty hills. These mountains were the battleground during the Operation Vijay. This is the Tiger Hill. As close as we can get to it is from this point where we are reporting from 14,200 feet. But that peak, viewers, that is high altitude warfare that happened during the Kargil War, that is more than 17,000 feet. You can understand the challenges of the terrain just by any common man walking to up to this hill is so difficult that one completely falls short of breath. Imagine that our brave soldiers, our young soldiers were facing the enemy. They were witnessing bloodshed there. On the 2nd of July, information was received about the Pakistanis, the enemies occupying that peak. And on the 4th of July, the Indian Armed Forces captured it again. We'll try and zoom in to that post, and we'll show you how difficult that terrain would have been. And the hero, of course, was the one leading the Ghatak platoon, and he was from the 18 Grenadiers, Grenadier Yogendra Singh Yadav, who, despite suffering bullets, despite losing more and more members of his platoon, he unfurled the Tiranga on that top. And as we speak, viewers, we are also going to pan and show you the Trishul top and the Trishul ridge. That is of utmost importance, viewers. Why is it important? Because this area, these hills were used during the Operation Sindoor as well. And behind this Trishul, viewers, behind the Trishul, it looks like a trident. So behind this Trishul is the line of control. In fact, we are just almost a kilometer away from the LOC.
Now, moving on, viewers, what we are able to understand at this point in time, that there are at least 11 people who have been injured in a stabbing incident at a Walmart near Michigan's Traverse City in United States. That's the breaking news coming in. The Michigan State Police and the local sheriff's office was investigating the incident, and the details are limited. Now, meanwhile, the suspect has been taken into custody. The cops have asked people to avoid the area while the investigation is still ongoing. Breaking news development coming in now. What we understand that at least 11 people have been injured in a stabbing incident at Walmart. This is coming in from Michigan's Traverse City in the United States. As you can see in the visuals as well, the entire chaos outside the Walmart in Traverse City. The Michigan State Police have said that the local sheriff's office was indeed investigating the incident, and for now the details are limited. But what we can confirm that the suspect has been taken into custody. The cops have also asked the people to avoid moving in and around that particular area where the incident has taken place. But this does raise eyebrows in terms of safety of people in United States. We continue to witness mass shooting, mass stabbing incidents, and this one's latest coming in from Traverse City in Michigan, where 11 people have been injured. This is a stabbing incident that has indeed taken place, and we'll be getting in more details on that note. But for now, shifting our focus to more news developments coming in. US President Donald Trump is in Scotland for a 5-day visit, seeking a break from the political storm brewing back in Washington. With mounting questions over handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files, Trump appears wary and on the edge. Now, this visit blends personal business with a touch of diplomacy. But in Scotland, he's been met with resistance. Now, protests took to the streets, some holding placards with sharp slogans, while others waved Palestinian flags in show of dissent. Here's more on the visit and the controversy surrounding it.
Hundreds of protesters gathered in the Scottish city of Edinburgh to protest against US President Trump's visit to a golf resort. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer was criticised for striking a recent trade deal to avoid stiff US tariffs on goods imported from the United Kingdom. Speakers on a makeshift stage told the crowd that Trump was not welcomed amid the chaos.
I'm here to oppose fascism, to say that Trump isn't welcome in Scotland. I think there are far too many countries that are feeling the pressure of Trump and that they feel that they have to accept him, and we should not accept him here. We should not accept fascism in any form at this point. Have we not been through this before? So as a Scot and as an American, I'm a dual citizen, we're saying no. We don't want you here, and we wish that more countries would say no. We wish the British government had said no.
Demonstrators held placards bearing slogans critical of Trump, and others waved Palestinian flags in regards to the visit.
I have a problem with the pipes being used to welcome Trump on other visits and things, and I want to use this symbol of, it's a symbol of Scotland, and I want to make it clear that he's not welcome in Scotland.
Trump is set to be in Scotland until Tuesday. As the protests continue, Trump is set to hold trade talks with the UK PM soon.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
have two young entrepreneurs who are integrating artificial intelligence with their work. Let us call on stage Professor Diwakar West, co-founder and CEO of D&D Healthcare, Mr. Nitin Bajaj, founder and CEO of Easy Leads. And to moderate this conversation, may I please invite on stage Pranav Kulkarni.
Nitin, Professor West, thank you very much for joining us. We were talking about both of you being startups. In fact, you've been in the industry for about 5 years. You had a prior experience, and then you moved to starting your own company. Could you take us through your journeys of starting up? How did you start? Could you inspire us?
Sure. My first company I started when I was studying at IIT Delhi. So it was a simple idea that a freelancer will go to your home and will do your makeup or haircuts. Similar to what Urban Clap is doing now.
Okay.
We had to shut it down, then I started again. Then one fine day I was looking for data for my own business to grow, and obviously didn't have money being a startup.
Okay.
So I bootstrapped or hacked together an app which will collect data from everybody and give it back to the community. So it was like a contact outsourcing, crowdsourcing kind of database.
Right.
So we didn't intend it to start this company that we now have called as Easy Leads, but we accidentally made it because we were looking for data for our own business.
Okay.
That's how I started, and we made multiple products. In very simplistic terms, what Easy Leads has been, think of it more like a directory around the world of all the companies, all the people working in those companies. And every sales and marketer or a hiring person would need that data to reach out to them, to sell or market or do research. That's all Easy Leads has been. And now, of course, with Dexter Agent, we are building an agentic layer on top of it that can do all the research for you like a human.
Like a human being. Professor Vesh, could you tell us about your venture?
So I've been in the field of robotics and AI for last almost 15 years.
Okay.
And we have been building robots. And recently we are more into medical devices. So we are into deep tech into medical devices, which includes ventilators, robotic arms, and a lot of AI solutions to make the critical care much more easier.
Okay.
Yes.
You mentioned agentic AI. Could you elaborate on what exactly is agentic AI?
Sure.
It's a new term we've heard today.
Yeah, and a lot of buzzwords around it.
Absolutely.
So, in very simplistic terms, let's say everybody here goes to Google, and we used to type that, okay, Google, find me best restaurants near me. That's a regular AI, because Google already has inbuilt understanding of your location. The Google is context aware of existing location where you are. Let's say I'm in Noida today. So Google is aware that I'm in Noida. So it will show me all the restaurants near me which are in Noida. And maybe Google knows that I used to search Mexican food a lot. So it will show me restaurants in the higher ranking order which have Mexican food as a menu. This is a regular AI. But think of agentic AI as a next step beyond this. So not only just Google will recommend me restaurants, but the agent will now start calling these restaurants and start booking a table for me.
Okay.
And not just that, multiple agents will act for me in the background. Once the table is booked, once the reservation is confirmed, it will book a cab for me from my hotel to arrive me at the right time so that I don't miss the booking at the restaurant. It will also inform my friend who is coming along with me that, hey, this restaurant booking is done, why don't you come and join Nitin? So this is the agent, which is not just thinking, it is not just reacting to what you want it to be, it is also taking actions beyond what you want it to do.
Okay. I'll come back to you more on this specific aspect, but before that I want to ask you, you're into robotics. Now this, what he spoke about, is probably a software doing all of this.
Correct.
Now, you're actually bringing a 3D product in front of us.
That's right.
Where do you align robotics with what we just talked about?
So let's just define agentic AI a little more for the audience. Right now, what we are using is ChatGPT and other GPT algorithms and the softwares which are generative in nature. So basically, you give it something and it generates something for you, like an image, maybe a text, maybe video, or something of that sort. Agentic is made out of word agent. So it's an agent for you. It's like a second version of you or maybe an assistant of yours, which does something for you based on what you want it to do. So let's say if I ask ChatGPT or any of the GPT that, okay, which share should I invest in? it will recommend me a share, right? But I have to go ahead and do whatever due diligence I have to do and go ahead and, buy that share. Agentic system, on the other hand, will say, okay, listen, I think this is a very good thing to buy right now. I will buy it for you, right? And I think 5 to 10% of return over a month or two is very, very awesome for you. So what I'll do is whenever it reaches that point, I'll buy it for you, I'll sell it for you, and I'll give you that kind of a return. So it automatically does it for you. Now, in terms of the medical field, where do we go with this, right? Now, in the medical field, we have systems which assist the robotic surgery, where the doctor might be doing some mistake and it just corrects itself. That is what is being done right now. But in the future, you might be looking at most of the surgeries being on autopilot and the doctor stopping it from doing anything stupid. So it is going to be the other way around. That is where we are looking with the agentic AI in terms of the healthcare systems.
Okay. You mentioned that it will make calls for you, it will book a seat for you, it will make calls to your friends, ask them if you want to join them. Now, what's the probability of all of this going terribly wrong and booking some restaurant that you probably don't want? I mean, when it comes to a restaurant, it's probably an error that we can afford to make. But what if it goes wrong and makes bigger errors that are unaffordable?
You do have certain controls, and agents also are context aware. Like they have your entire background history. For example, if I go on today and tell ChatGPT, hey, do my skincare, right? So ChatGPT already has a lot of conversation done with me in the past. So it understands me. It knows my weight, it knows my height, it knows my age, everything. It knows my complexion history, it knows which all medications I'm on. So agents definitely will understand and take care of all the context. We call it, contextual memory of the agents, and take decisions based on that. And you can always limit the potential of where the agent has to stop. Agent will not go rogue and do things which are beyond its control. Precisely. Agent has a specific goal in mind that they're going to do. For example, with one of the things, I also run a podcast channel. One of the things that was very big problem for us in the podcasting space was going through the entire episode of 2 hours and figuring out which all are the parts that we have to remove from the entire episode to make it shorter and make it more appealing, right? Now we fed this entire episode of 2 hours into an agent. It has transcribed the entire conversation into the 2-hour episode to text. And then on top of that, it automatically have told me that these are the shots or 30-second clips that you can deduct out of that, entire 2-hour episode, and these are the potentially going to go viral on YouTube or go viral on Instagram.
Oh, it will also tell you what will go viral.
We already do that. Lot of our growth, we have done almost 160 million views on YouTube in the last 6 months, and all by using AI. Just because of AI, because agent not only understand what to remove, it also understand what to pick and how. It understand what's going on around the world. For example, with recent happening with the aviation industry, we know what's going on with the aviation sector, right? So anything that you talk about aviation industry is going to go up because people are going to learn a lot about aviation industry with all the incidents that are happening around it. So naturally, if you already have content around it sitting in your pile of content and you're not talking about that at that moment, you're basically missing on a gold mine. But if an agent also has an understanding that, hey, Nathan, this is what is going on around the world, and out of this 2-hour episode, of all the episodes that you've done, these are the topics that you should highlight more. So the agent has now given us understanding on what to talk about, what not to talk about, and when to post that.
But then, yeah,
one thing I would like to add over here is, because agent does a lot of things for you, right? There's something called agentic bribing as well, which will happen, right? Now, if you ask ChatGPT or any GPT algorithm, okay, I want to book a hotel, right, in this area, it will give you a recommendation. But agentic AI will automatically book it for you. Okay. How about I bribe the system to book a certain type of hotels for a big pool of people, right?
How do you do?
Now, you can call it bribing, you can call it marketing, you can call it anything. But now you are not in control of what you're going to do next. That is something we really need to take care about. But obviously, there are good things, there are bad things. We have to take care of both things hand in hand.
To add to what you in fact said right now, then is it a human being versus AI race right now? Because if you're really talking about what you just spoke, it necessarily means that, for example, if there is someone who is trading in stock market, an algo trader is probably going to be much better placed to tell what is going to make profits than a human trader. So is it a man versus AI race?
Let me just give you a context over here for the audience and for you. Brain of a gorilla is maybe 5 or 10% different than our brain and not very much different in intelligence. You see where the gorilla is and you see where we are right now. The AI that we are about to encounter, right now we are way before the AGI, which is the more intelligent form of general intelligence, the localized intelligence that we have. When we reach there, that particular intelligence is going to be multiple times more intelligent than us. Specifically, faster in learning, faster in decision making, faster in everything. So it is the first time in the entire world, because we have always lived in a world where there are a lot of physical things which are more stronger than us, but nothing that is more intelligent than us. This is for the first time in the entire history of mankind that we have something more intelligent than us. So obviously it is going to play out very differently than it has ever before. It is not going to be like a tool or a car or a machine gun or a nuclear weapon. It is going to be much bigger than that. But obviously, at this point in time where we are right now, it is kind of like a tool where you have Einstein sitting as your personal assistant. That is how I would like to put it. If taken in the right direction, it will be, it will find cures to diseases which we have never thought about. It might find life on another ecosystem or a different universe. We don't know. But yes, it definitely is a race. But I'm very much sure that humans or the human intelligence is going to, be at top of everything.
I do want to add on top of this, the question about man versus AI. To me, I feel like we definitely are on a fight at some extent, at least where the work is more repetitive in nature. Because most replaceable work today is the one that is very repetitive in nature, right? For example, one of our agents, Dexter agent, is used by a large travel company. And this travel company used to get around 20,000 people signing up on their website every day.
Okay.
But their sales team earlier used to call, which is a 80 person sales team, they used to call all these 20,000 people every day.
Okay.
And they obviously get tired, they get, they're not able to convert a lot of potential customers because calling 20,000 people every day was a big task. What our agent has done for them, instead of calling all these 20,000 people, the agent goes through each profile of these 20,000 people, evaluates them, scores them, that this particular person is a right fit for your business. This is not a right fit, remove it. So instead of calling all these 20,000 people, now they're calling just 2,000 people and getting much better results. So their 80 team has now become 15 members. So there is a fight between AI as well as humans, but then it's mostly currently is being done where the job of that work is very repetitive in nature.
Okay.
One thing which I also see here, which I would like to add to whatever you just said, one of the biggest competition is going into being in the field of consultancy. You have 100,000 consultants doing a problem-solving job, sitting in a room or traveling in different places. Imagine a system which is intelligent, which has all the data fed into it, because obviously it can cram data like anything. That kind of a job where some intelligence, some problem solving is involved is also going to be something that we have to look forward on how the humans versus AI is going to be.
Okay.
Because that is something, because see, how many of you have seen Courage the Cowardly Dog from the audience? You've seen that? A lot of Gen Zs, you have missed out on something. So in Courage the Cowardly Dog, there was this dog typing everything into the screen. And back in the day when I was a kid, I thought it was impossible, like 25 years ago, right? And see where we are right now. We're actually using that, right?
Correct.
So you really can't think in another 20 years of time what all things which we might think is impossible can actually happen. I really think as agentic AI is going to be very helpful, obviously in the repetitive task, but also in a lot of hard problem solving, because agentic AI is very good at solving multiple problems at once.
Right.
It's not like a generative AI model where you give it a problem and it solves it, and then you give it another problem, and so on and so forth. It takes a problem. Okay, I need to find cure to this disease. Why is this disease in the first place? What are the symptoms? How do I cure these symptoms? What are the possible products? It can go to different places and come down to a more narrower solution or possible cure. So, we never know where we end up, but agentic AI is going to be a holy grail in terms of, problem solving as well.
Okay. Now, does this mean that it is going to take away some of the jobs, probably even high-skilled jobs that you're talking about?
It is already taking.
It is already taking.
A lot of companies
the threat is real?
In my organization, we used to have roughly around 150 research, highly skilled research people. What we used to take around a year or year and a half to develop, now I have approximately 20 people doing the same work which was done previously in a year, maybe in a month or maybe even less than that. So even if, let's say, if I have to do a material selection that, okay, what material should I use to make this watch, right? I can, instead of me going to a material scientist, I can just ask a generative model, right? What should I use it? And it will give you a more accurate answer than any human can, right? So obviously, this is going to happen. When cars came into existence, right, horses were out of order, right? True. Similarly, yes, reskilling needs to be done. The job environment will be reshuffled, I would say. I won't say job losses, but reshuffled. But a lot of places we should be really thinking about, especially in the Indian IT industry, which is very heavy on coding. Okay. A lot of coding is going to happen with AI agents, right? And we really need to think about it. But now you think the positive side of it, right? I don't want to take it in a very pessimistic view. Earlier, watchmaking was limited to Switzerland, right? High-tech technology was limited to Germany. Why? Because they had the skill to execute it. Now skill is being democratized. Everyone has the same level of information, same level of resources because of AI available to them. So if we as people, right, start using AI, instead of a team of 200 people, you can start a new company with just 5 people and give the same results which earlier used to take, an army of people. So India is at a very intelligent position where we know how to use these AI systems. We just need the people to, make the right products out of it. Because, when you look at China, China was a cheap labor country. Now it moved to a high-skilled labor country where, if you want to make anything high-tech, you go to China, right? It happened because they skilled their people. Right now, they can do things which no one else in the world can do. So if we start adopting AI right now to make solutions for the world, we will actually get an edge and we would be at the right place at the right time like we were in 2000s. Right. So this is the moment we need to act on.
I'll give you an example which media people will also understand, right? In a different manner. So you organize this event, almost 25-30 speakers are there in different formats. We all have certain skill set, we all have certain backgrounds, right? Now imagine 2 years down the line, you organize a different event, but over the last 2 years, you have invited thousands of speakers. So you manually cannot track who is doing what, and which scale, which size, which skill set they have acquired, at what stage of business, at what stage of personal life they have, gone to. Imagine an agent, and it is possible right now. I'm not telling you to imagine. It is already doable now. Is already having the access or the information of all the people who have appeared in Republic TV's event over the last 2-3 years, and then telling you each and every time that, you're organizing this event. These are the 10 top people who are best fit for this event. And also on top of it, pair these 2 people together because they will have contrasting views.
Okay.
So this is how the agent can also work for all the use cases. It understands the context, it understands the nuances, it also has the memory and can do better recommendations as well as actions on top of it.
But then here, for the organizer, it may be a benefit.
Yeah.
But what about the data that it is actually accessing of? I mean, what about data breaches in that case? That's point number 1.
Yeah.
Point number 2 that I want to bring you to is that today we saw Warren Buffett's voice being, replicated. What are the risks involved in this? When data or AI models are getting into your life and breaching into your life and extracting all the data for the benefit of somebody else.
I mean, if you would have played that video I would had, you would have not even imagined the kind of, AI avatars people are making. I used to travel a lot because of my work, and a lot of times I could not manage to create content. So for creating content, I have to be physically present in a studio, but using AI avatars, I had created a personalized avatar version of myself, which understands my reaction, which understands how I speak, how I move my hands, all of that, and creates my videos without me being there present fully. This is already happening. This is already live. And to answer your question about the risk associated with it, definitely. But if you understand, an agent who is creating it is also another agent who also can detect it, because they know how the framing works technically, how the production works technically, the nuances of the video production frame by frame. So definitely there are ways to stop it. In fact, YouTube have recently said that if you release a video which is created using AI from 15th of July, somewhere down the line, they have said they are not going to pay any money on the ads that are being generated on top of AI videos.
Okay.
Right? So they have just announced that. So they are already able to detect which is fake and which is not fake. So it is not that we are not able to detect which is an AI avatar video or a DeepSeek video. It's totally detectable.
Okay, then I want to bring you to the next one. I mean, we are talking about data. All of us have photographs online, and one of the biggest scares, and in fact, we have it in the news recently, is deepfakes.
Yes.
What is going to happen to that? How risky is that?
See, as Nitin just said, that as the technology progresses, the antidote also progresses. At this point in time, if a company wants to sell something to you, it can with a 90% accuracy sell it to you if they target you through Instagram ads, through cookies, through all those things. It manipulates how you think. Similarly, when all of this was happening, Apple and other companies came up with ad blockers. That okay, I will identify which data you are sending to all the advertisers and we'll block it. So it went ahead and stopped sending you data in. So when the technology progresses, when the negativity actually starts taking over, obviously the positivity also manages it because of the technology itself. So I believe when I talk about the problems with AI, one of the biggest problem is impersonation is there. Then you have the hallucination is there, which we were talking about. So hallucination is a very big problem right now because AI can lie to you in a way that humans just can't. So even if there is a fact which is not true, it can present it to you in a manner that you feel is right. So when agentic AI takes over, it starts writing articles. It starts writing a lot of, it starts publishing a lot of things. And what is AI? AI takes all the data which is available on the internet or off the internet and, makes a summary out of it and gives you that. So when the input is not right, the output can't be right? So we have to really think about whether we talk about hallucinations, whether it is just on your front or in the publishing area. We have to really think about deepfakes because obviously deepfakes, I'm not very worried about it because there would be tools, there are tools right now to identify deepfakes and, take it off. And, there are obviously, when you talk about real videos versus the AI generated videos, even you at this point in time can make out, but in future, obviously, you might need tools for that.
It will be difficult to identify. Just a concluding question as to both of you is, are we really looking at outsourcing human life to AI models or AI agents, so to say, in the near future?
In a lot of areas, yes. And why don't you? Like, if you can enjoy your time on sunset, and
while AI is making money for you?
Why AI is making money for me? Why not?
Okay.
Like, I can do better things. I can travel with my family. I can...
AI might do that also.
No, there's so few things at least still left to the humans to do and to enjoy.
Okay.
But there are few things that if they can be outsourced, right? Even in the business, you're outsourcing a lot of things to other, counterparts in the world. Think of it the same thing as a replacement of what you are already doing. It's a repetitive work. But instead of a human doing it outside, a better AI is doing it. And that human is doing something else, which is also good for them.
Right.
One thing which I would like to ask you, why did you not walk to your work today?
Sorry?
Why did you not walk to your work today? Why did you choose a car or metro or anything of that sort? Because technology has gone further. What it has enabled you is to save time in traveling. It has enabled you to travel farther, right? It has enabled you to do more things while you are traveling. That is technology for you.
Right.
On the counterpart, people are getting fat because they are not walking. So obviously, when AI comes, you would get a lot of time to do a lot of different things. There would be some drawbacks. You should be ready for it. But obviously, when you give a lot of work to AI, I'm looking at, people doing much larger things in life. I'm not looking at people just lying around on the beaches. I'm looking at bigger problem solving,
right?
Bigger things in life. And that's what we have really done. Human species has been very resilient, and we will always be. And what we'll be doing would be more significant than what we are doing right now.
You know what? Before this, there was no question of $1 billion one-person company.
Yeah.
But now everybody is thinking about opening a company with just one person, but a valuation or a revenue of $1 billion, which is achievable now, and people are working towards it. It was not at all possible before.
Wonderful. Gentlemen, thank you very much for giving us time and giving us the positive side of AI and giving us hope. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
$13,000 placements last year. At Aadi, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
भारत माता की बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद वणक्कम
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchipallim to honor the legacy of Chola dynasty in significant Tamil Nadu visit. As the BCCI maintains stunning silence over the Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Delhi-bound Air India flight rejects takeoff at Guwahati after parking brakes fails to function. Plane grounded until safety checks cleared. A Boeing plane catches fire at Denver airport in US. Boeing continues to report accidents. India is dealing with the biggest health crisis of adulterated food. 800 kg of fake paneer seized in Jammu. An Indian origin man in Australia brutally assaulted with a machete by a group of teenagers in Australia's Melbourne. Viewers, fire erupted at Boeing 737 plane at Denver airport in the United States. The aircraft aborted takeoff due to the landing gear incident that sparked a fire and sent smoke billowing from the jet. Now, the plane operating as flight 3023 to Miami was carrying 173 passengers and 6 crew members when the mechanical issue unfolded. Now, as per the Federal Aviation Administration, the aircraft reported a possible landing gear failure during the departure and was forced to abort the takeoff. Now, the passengers were evacuated directly on the runway using the inflatable emergency slides. Meanwhile, Air India flight from Guwahati to Delhi performed a low-speed rejected takeoff at Guwahati due to a technical warning, indicating that the parking brake was engaged. Now, the takeoff was aborted at approximately 30 knots. The aircraft safely vacated the runway and returned to the bay for further inspection. And Boeing and the Air India flight continues to report accidents and technical snags. At this point in time, what we see how there are multiple incidents that are related to aircrafts, whether it's Boeing or whether it is Air India aircrafts that we have seen in our country that are reporting continuous issues, technical and mechanical issues. And to talk more on this and to get an insight, I've been joined by Group Captain UK Devnath. He's an aviation expert. Good morning, sir. Thank you for speaking with us on Republic. At this point in time, the important conversation that requires some note is that why are in today's day so many aircrafts undergoing such technical as well as mechanical issues, one in Boeing as well as one of the Air India aircrafts that were not able to take off in Guwahati?
Yes, you see, some minor issues with aircraft have always taken place. Historically, such small errors due to technical or pilot error have taken place earlier also. But nowadays, the media is very alert, especially not only print media, but electronic media is very, very active. The news quickly spreads throughout the globe. That's why probably there is a psychological feeling that such incidents are increasing. Earlier, what used to happen, some such incident has taken place in Indonesia, Bali, Java, Sumatra, Brazil, or Scandinavian country. The news never used to travel to all countries, including India. It used to die down. The news incident report used to die down within next 12 hours. But now the word aviation industry has progressed to a level, and number of passengers who are traveling by air has increased so many times in last few years. So everyone is very alert, and such news catches attraction. Such news on media catches attraction. So it appears that there is an increase in such incidences.
Well, also, Mr. Devnath, as we understand, there are increase in incidents of technical failure or mechanical failures. At this point in time, in order for passenger safety or a smooth flight, precisely what is the need of the hour?
Definitely, need of the hour is to select the best boys and girls to start with for aviation industry as technical officers or as pilot. It goes without saying that their training has to be supervised by a certified agency. It must be a competent body which imparts them training, preferably cleared. At least in India, we ensure that DGCA directly monitors training of such small schools in India. Most important is, even when they start flying, regular simulator training is very important. All the crews, however, whatever may be their experience, must be called upon to do simulator training once in a week or once in a month, so that they are exposed to such contingencies by a simulator instructor. Simulator instructor calls out very, very unique emergencies. For example, a very simple example will be he will make a young pilot sit in the simulator and say, your aircraft engine catches fire when you are taxiing out. What has happened in this two recent incidences? And then the student pilot is quickly supposed to react and say and act in the simulator. What are the corrective measures and remedial measures he will take immediately so that the incident comes under control?
Right.
And does not go beyond control.
Absolutely. Group Captain Devnath, appreciate you giving your time and joining us on Republic and giving an insight on these issues that needs conversations and solutions at this point in time. And moving on, it is the day 2 of Prime Minister Modi's Tamil Nadu visit. Remember, on Saturday, Prime Minister Modi launched multiple projects in Tamil Nadu, including the new airport terminal, extended runway, and the cargo berthing facility at Tuticorin Airport. Now, his visit is considered strategically planned ahead of the 2026 Tamil Nadu Assembly polls. While the incumbent DMK and the opposition AIADMK have already launched their campaigns. As we understand that it is an important day today, as we will be keeping a very, very close eye on the developments that come in from Tamil Nadu. Prime Minister will also visit the Chola temple, and this move from the BJP, especially from Prime Minister visiting Tamil Nadu, is a strategical move ahead of the 2026 Assembly elections in Tamil Nadu, with the DMK already launching its campaign and AIADMK coming with the BJP together.
तमिलनाडु के पोटेंशियल का पूरा इस्तेमाल करने के लिए भारत सरकार तमिलनाडु के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को आधुनिक बनाने का प्रयास कर रही है। तमिलनाडु में हम पोर्ट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को हाईटेक बना रहे हैं, साथ ही एयरपोर्ट, हाईवेज और रोडवेज को भी आपस में इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हैं। आज तुतुकुड़ी एयरपोर्ट के नए एडवांस टर्मिनल का शुभारंभ इसी दिशा में एक और बड़ा कदम है। 450 करोड़ रुपए की कॉस्ट से बना ये टर्मिनल अब हर साल 20 लाख से ज्यादा पैसेंजर्स को होस्ट करेगा। पहले ये सालाना कैपेसिटी केवल 3 लाख पैसेंजर की थी। आज हमने तमिलनाडु के 2 मेजर रोड प्रोजेक्ट्स को भी जनता को समर्पित किया है। करीब 2500 करोड़ रुपए से बनी ये रोड्स दो मेजर डेवलपमेंट एरिया को चेन्नई से जोड़ने जा रही है। इन रोड्स की वजह से डेल्टा जिलों से चेन्नई की कनेक्टिविटी और बेहतर हुई है।
All right, my colleague Sharda is joining us live at this point in time. Sharda, remember Prime Minister had indeed launched several development projects yesterday, and it is the second day of the Prime Minister's visit to Tamil Nadu. What we also understand that he will be visiting the Chola temple as well. What is the importance of all these visits of the Prime Minister at this point in time?
Well, Prime Minister is set to leave the Trichy airport around 11 a.m. where then he'll be reaching Ariyalur district where the Gangaikondapuram Cholapuram temple is situated, which belongs to the great Rajaraja Cholan I, and he is also expected to do a roadshow. And as you can see, the entire stretch road of almost a kilometer where Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be conducting a roadshow, meeting people who has come all over the state of Tamil Nadu to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As you can see, the flags colored with the BJP and the AIADMK. There are also cadres that have come to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi, stating that this would be the first electoral campaign of the BJP for the 2026 elections, following which is when the BJP would be going on the electoral campaigns with the AIADMK after announcing the India alliance. Following this particular roadshow, Narendra Modi would also be attending the temple festival, the Aadi Thiruvathirai cultural festival that's happening here in Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple, where almost 1.5 hours where he would be listening to a concert, following which he would also be listening to certain recitations from the people and the priest of the temple, and he'll be leaving from Trichy back to Delhi.
Absolutely, Sharda, appreciate you showing us those visuals also, and we can see that people are already awaiting Prime Minister's visit, and as you rightly mentioned that there is going to be a road show of the Prime Minister today. What are the preparations that are looking like right now?
Well, the preparations right now that is underway is the police making sure that people are put inside the barricades. As you can see, the security is very tight, and we can also see how the roads are being completely cleared up for the roadshow, because to make sure there's more safety and security for the Prime Minister to conduct a roadshow, the police are doing complete checks. Also, apart from the regular checks that's being done, there's also extra careful checks making sure, because as you've heard that recently there was a bomb threat in Chennai today morning, following which the securities has been tightened here. And also apart from this entire stretch of roadshow, there's also plans of Narendra visiting Trichy airport, so the entire stretch is going to be even more tightened. Following around 2 p.m. is when Narendra Modi would be leaving from Gangaikonda Cholapuram temple. So it's expected that for the next 4 hours, this entire place will have heightened security to make sure that there's no mishaps during Prime Minister's visit to the state of Tamil Nadu ahead of 2026 elections.
Right, absolutely, Sharda. Appreciate you bringing us those details and those colourful visuals from Tamil Nadu that is awaiting Prime Minister's visit. Now let's shift our focus and move on. Some breaking news coming in at this point in time. A shocking incident of rape has come into light from Lonavala. A girl was brutally raped in a car, and she was forcibly made to sit in the car and was later thrown on the roadside. The search for the two accused is currently underway. One accused has been arrested, while the girl has been admitted to the hospital. That is the latest development coming in on the broadcast. News coming in from Maharashtra, where a girl has been brutally raped in a moving car, and she was then forcibly made to sit in that particular car, and then she was thrown away on the roadside. The search for the two accused is currently on, and one accused has been arrested. Also, we will try and understand more details from my colleague who will be joining us shortly. But to get an update on the girl, she has been admitted in the hospital, and the medicals, of course, are taking place at this point in time. And the Lonavala City Police has also taken its action. They have arrested one of the accused while the other two are on the run. But a very, very sad state of affairs coming in from Lonavala, where this particular girl was raped in a car, and then she was forcibly made to sit in that particular car and then later thrown away. At this point in time, what we also understand that the girl has been admitted to a local hospital in Lonavala and the treatment is also underway. But the police is also in its complete action to launch the search operation for the other two accused who are on the run at the moment. And an update on this, one of the accused has been arrested by the Lonavala City Police. More details are going to be coming in shortly, but that is one of the sad news coming in from Maharashtra. Another rape case, and still the accused are on the run, one of them arrested. What we understand, there were 3 people with 2 on the run and 1 being arrested at this point in time. Moving on, more breaking news coming in at this point in time. There has been a stampede in Haridwar's Mansa Devi temple. 6 people have been killed and rescue operations are underway. That's a big development. Right now that we are tracking for our viewers, there has been a stampede in the Mansa Devi temple in Haridwar, wherein nearly 6 people have been killed and the rescue and the search operation is also underway. We'll get you more details on the other side, but let's shift our focus to more news coming in. All right, we'll continue to be on this particular story. The breaking news at this hour, there has been a stampede in the Mansa Devi temple in Haridwar leading to death of 6 people. We will try and ascertain and get in more details from my colleague shortly, but the rescue and relief operations are currently underway. That is the development and the news coming in that we are tracking on at this hour. A stampede has happened in Mansa Devi temple in Haridwar. We have recently seen several stampede incidents through this particular year. Another incident is coming to light from Haridwar, a place of pilgrimage where there are thousands and thousands of people who visit throughout the entire course of the year, and Mansa Devi temple being one of the very important pilgrimage sites in Haridwar where there has been a stampede situation. We will also try and ascertain what has led to that particular situation of stampede and try and understand whether or not there are more people who are feared dead. But as of now, we can confirm you that there are 6 people who have lost their lives in this particular stampede. The rescue and relief operations from the side of the officials as well as from the side of the police and the administration is currently underway. We will be tracking more details on this story, but 6 people now dead and several others injured is what we understand. News coming in from Haridwar, as I rightly mentioned earlier as well, a place of pilgrimage and a tourist spot where people visit in huge numbers. And given the time that the weather conditions are also not very well, but the stampede situation coming in from Mansa Devi temple is something that is putting all the focus there, with 6 people now being killed. My colleague Ratan Negi is joining us on the phone line. Ratan, help us understand what exactly has happened in Mansa Devi temple. 6 people have died and there have been a stampede. Help us with more details.
देखिए, अभी तक जो जानकारी हमारे पास आ रही है वो ये है कि मनसा देवी पैदल मार्ग पर ये बड़ा हादसा हो गया, सुबह हो गया। अब बताया जा रहा है कि बिजली के तार टूटने के कारण ये घटना यहाँ पर हुई है। करंट लगने से अफरा तफरी यहाँ पर मची है और 6 से 8 लोगों की दुखद मौत की जानकारी मिल रही है। हालांकि आधिकारिक इसकी पुष्टि नहीं हुई है, लेकिन अगर बात की जाए तो डीएम और एसएसपी मौके पर वहां पर पहुंच रहे हैं। गढ़वाल कमिश्नर जो है विनय पांडे वो मौके पर जा रहे हैं और जो लोग घायल है उनका इलाज इस वक्त अस्पताल में चल रहा है। और इसकी अगर बात की जाए तो पूरा पुलिस प्रशासन है वो इस वक्त मौके पर वहां पर मौके के लिए जा चुका है। गढ़वाल कमिश्नर की अगर बात की जाए, विनय शंकर पांडे की बात की जाए, डीएम जो वहां गए वो मौके पर वहां पर पहुंच रहे हैं। लेकिन जो पहली जानकारी जो मिल रही है, प्रथम जिससे जानकारी मिल रही है कि बिजली का तार टूटने के कारण, करंट लगने के कारण ये भगदड़ हुई है और 6 से 8 लोगों की यहाँ पर जो जानकारी मिल रही है, यातायात की जानकारी मिली है। हालांकि आधिकारिक पुष्टि अभी तक नहीं है। मुख्यमंत्री ने इस घटना पर गहरा दुख जताया है और इस हादसे के जांच के निर्देश दिए हैं। प्रथम दृष्टया अभी ये बात निकलकर सामने आई है।
रतन, ये जो बड़ा हादसा अभी सामने आ रहा है मनसा देवी मंदिर से, हम जानते हैं कि इस वक्त हरिद्वार में लाखों की तादाद में लोग पहुंचे हुए हैं, चाहे वो कांवड़ियां हो या श्रद्धालु हो। इस वक्त वहां की जो ऑफिशियल्स है, जो पुलिस प्रशासन है, उनके तरफ से क्या स्टेप्स लिए गई हैं?
और देखिए पुलिस प्रशासन की तरफ से लगातार वहां पर काम किया जा रहा था। अभी हाल ही में कांवड़ यात्रा संपन्न हुई है, ऐसी कोई घटना नहीं हुई, लेकिन अचानक जिस प्रकार ये घटना यहाँ पर हुई है तो निश्चित तौर से एक चिंता का विषय यहाँ पर है, क्योंकि आज रविवार का दिन है और कल की अगर बात की जाए तो सावन का सोमवार है और निश्चित तौर से भक्तों का सैलाब लगातार धमधमी हरिद्वार में उमड़ रहा है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अब क्या कारण रहे, आखिर कैसे वो बिजली हफ्ते में कैसे वो बिजली का तार टूटा, ये जांच का विषय। लेकिन इस वक्त जो प्रशासन है उनका पूरा प्रयास है कि जल्द से जल्द जो लोग घायल है उनका बेहतर से बेहतर उपचार किया जाए और आगे कोई और घटना ना हो। इस वक्त फिलहाल प्रशासन का यही है, लेकिन यहाँ तक किस प्रकार हुआ इसके जांच के आदेश निश्चित तौर से दिए जाएंगे। और सीएम पुष्कर सिंह धामी लगातार स्वयं इस घटना पर नजर बनाए बैठे, आला अधिकारी से लगातार इस घटना के बाद फीडबैक ले रहे हैं।
रतन, 6 लोगों की मृत्यु की इस वक्त हमें सूचना मिल रही है और कितने लोग घायल हैं इस वक्त जिनको हॉस्पिटल भी ले जाया गया है अभी?
देखिए जब ये भगदड़ मची तो भगदड़ के दौरान कुछ लोग हैं जो इसमें चपेट में आ गए। हालांकि पूरी बात अभी निकल कर नहीं आ रही, क्योंकि जैसे ही ये घटना है उसके बाद उन्हें अस्पताल ले जाया गया। जो संत समाज है वो इस वक्त अस्पताल में वहां पर मौजूद है। तो निश्चित तौर से कुछ समय यानी कुछ ही देर बाद ये तस्वीर यहाँ पर साफ हो पाएगी, क्योंकि जो एग्जैक्टली जो आंकड़े हैं वो इस वक्त हमारे पास उसके लिए अपडेट के लिए गए हैं। जैसे ही वो एग्जैक्टली आंकड़े आते हैं हम अपने दर्शकों को बताते हैं, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा जो प्रशासन है वो यहाँ पर अलर्ट हो चुका है और वहां पर ज्यादा माहौल खराब न हो, यानी कि इस भगदड़ के बाद जो अस्पताल की तरफ लोग आते हैं उनको वहां पर रोका गया ताकि ज्यादा अंदर जो है वो कोई स्थिति क्रिटिकल पैदा ना हो। तो निश्चित तौर से कुछ समय बाद पूरी जानकारी हमारे पास आएगी, वैसे ही हम अपने दर्शकों को बताते हैं।
जी, इस वक्त एक और हमें जानकारी दीजिए, क्योंकि लाखों की तादाद पे श्रद्धालु पहुंचे हैं और आपने जैसे कि बताया कि अभी पुलिस प्रशासन अपने काम में जुटी हुई है, पर ये तो पहले से ही पता था कि वहाँ पे इस वक्त और ज़्यादा श्रद्धालु जुड़ेंगे, क्योंकि जैसे कि कांवड़ यात्रा भी चल रहा था। पर आगे इससे पहले इस पूरे सिचुएशन को काबू करने के लिए वहाँ पे प्रशासन की तरफ से कोई स्टेप्स क्यों नहीं लिया गया कि इतनी ज़्यादा भगदड़ मच गई कि 6 लोगों की जान चली गई?
देखिए ये पूरा जो प्रकरण है जांच का विषय है। अगर अब इससे पहले हम कांवड़ यात्रा की बात की जाए जो 30 तारीख को समापन हुआ, तो पूरे प्रशासन ने उसकी तैयारियां की थी। या कोई अगर बात करें तो कुछ बड़ा हादसा नहीं हुआ, तो भगवान की कृपा रही थी। लेकिन मनसा देवी पर लगातार श्रद्धालुओं का सैलाब है। मनसा देवी जो ट्रस्ट है वहां पर उनकी क्या व्यवस्था की गई थी? जो बिजली तार टूटने की बात निकल कर आ रही है, क्या उसको अपडेट किया गया था? वो कितना पुराना था? आखिर वो तार कैसे टूटा? जो जानकारी निकल, निश्चित तौर से जांच का विषय है। क्या कुछ घटना के कारण रहे और पूरी अधिकारिक पुष्टि इसके बाद क्या कुछ मिलती है, उसके बाद सारी तस्वीर क्लियर हो पाएगी। लेकिन निश्चित से कहीं ना कहीं लापरवाही यहाँ पर हुई है। वो तार कैसे टूटा, क्या कारण रहा, ये सब जांच का विषय है और कुछ समय बाद ये पूरी तस्वीर निकल कर सामने आ पाएगी।
जी, गढ़वाल डिवीजन कमिश्नर विनय शंकर पांडे का कहना है कि वो इस वक्त जो है वो स्पॉट के लिए रवाना हो गए हैं और एक डिटेल रिपोर्ट जो है इस इंसिडेंट पे वो अभी पूरे जांच के बाद सामने आएगा। इस पे क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं आप?
कमिश्नर को जैसे ही इसकी जानकारी मिली है उन्होंने आगे डीएम से बात करी है और जो अगर वहां पर लोग हताहत है उन्हें बेहतर से बेहतर इलाज देने का निर्देश यहाँ पर दिया गया है। एसएसपी और डीएम मौके पर वहां पर पहुंच रहे हैं और इसके साथ ही किस प्रकार ये हादसा के पीछे कारण क्या रहा, आखिर भगदड़ के पीछे की वजह क्या रही। जैसे बताया जा रहा है कि कोई बिजली का तार यहाँ पर टूटा प्रथम, जिससे ये बात निकल कर आ रही है फैल से ये भगदड़ मची है। तो अब मौके पर जो स्थिति है, जो अब के हालात है और उससे पहले के जो हालात है, उसके दोनों का ही यहाँ पर विवेचना यहाँ पर की जाएगी। इसके साथ ही और मंदिर है, जैसे दक्ष मंदिर यहाँ पर हो गया, हरिद्वार का सोमवार का दिन है और शिव के भक्तों का सैलाब वहां पर उमड़ेगा। तो और इस प्रकार के अब जो और इंतजाम है या जो अपडेट है इन सभी मंदिरों पर चाक चौकसी यहाँ पर जो है वो बढ़ाई जाएगी। इसके साथ ही देखा जाएगा कि कहीं पर कोई चूक तो नहीं है। तो इस वक्त पहली प्रायोरिटी यही है कि जो माहौल है उसको नियंत्रण में लिया जाए। यदि कोई घायल है, सफोकेशन जब भगदड़ होती है तो सफोकेशन में जाती है, ऐसे में लोग धक्का मुक्की में निकल जाते हैं। उन लोगों को अगर कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं तो उनको राहत दिया जाए, उनका बेहतर से बेहतर इलाज हो। इस वक्त पहला प्राथमिकता है प्रशासन की, इस वक्त यही है।
जी रतन, हमारे दर्शकों के लिए फिर से एक और बार बता दीजिए कि क्या वहां पे डीएम और एसपी जो ऑफिशियल्स है क्या वो अभी घटनास्थल पे पहुंचे हैं? देखिए
डीएम और एसएसपी घटनास्थल के लिए देखिए वो वहां पर पहुंचने ही वाले होंगे, क्योंकि जो रूट है वो इस वक्त डाइवर्ट किया गया है और जो प्रशासन है वो लगातार पूरा प्रयास कर रहा है। जो छोटे नीचे अधिकारी वो वहां पर पहुंच रहे हैं। तो डीएम और एसएसपी लगातार की बात की जाए तो वहां पर सब मौके पर जो तस्वीर हमारे पास निकल कर आ रही है उस मौके पर पहुंच रहे हैं और उसके बाद ही जो स्थिति है आखिर किस वजह से सभा उनके क्या औपचारिक बयान निकल कर आते हैं उसके बाद ही पूरी बात क्लियर हो पाएगी। लेकिन प्रथम देश के प्रशासन का यही है, मुख्यमंत्री के निर्देश है कि जो घायल है, जो हताहत है, जो घायल है उनको बेहतर से से बेहतर वहाँ पर इलाज किया जाए। और ये हादसा क्यों हुआ इसकी जांच हो जाती है। मनसा देवी मंदिर है, उसका जो ट्रस्ट है और ट्रस्ट के अधिकारी वहाँ पर क्या कहते हैं, जो संत समाज है वो वहाँ पर क्या कहता है, आखिर किस वजह से बिजली का तार टूटा, कितना पुराना था, इसकी रिपेयर नहीं थी, अपडेट नहीं था, क्या कुछ कमियां रही, ये सब जांच का विषय है और जांच के बाद ही कुछ देर बाद बात क्लियर हो पाएगी।
जी रतन, जुड़े रहिए हमारे साथ और हमें सारी इंफॉर्मेशन देते रहिए। हम आगे भी आएंगे आपसे इस बारे में सवाल पूछने के लिए, पर what we understand, viewers, at this point in time, a very important information coming in, and we will be staying with these visuals where there has been a stampede in Haridwar's Mansa Devi temple. 6 people have been killed. More details on the other side. Stay tuned with us. Don't go anywhere.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, it's all about picking up narratives and giving you a narration. It's a weaving together of events and presenting you with a perspective. First up, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's journey to becoming the longest-serving non-Congress Prime Minister of the country, a benchmark he achieved this week. Second, can artificial intelligence be nationalist? Is the biggest technological advancement since the invention of electricity going to divide itself along geopolitical lines? And finally, I explore yet again the phenomenon of Dara Hua Musalman. Is there something or anything like that? Let's get going. This week marked a milestone in the journey of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in politics and government. He became the second longest serving PM to have done so for 2 consecutive terms. The longest serving PM, of course, of India is Jawaharlal Nehru, who remained on the chair for 16 years and 286 days from August 15, 1947 to May 27, 1964. Indira Gandhi still remains the second longest serving PM after her father, having been in the chair for 15 years, 350 days. But that was in 2 broken terms, first from 1966 to 1977, and then from 1979 to 1984, till her death. Her unbroken stint was for 11 years, 59 days. Against this, PM Modi has done 11 years and 60 days on July 25, surpassing Indira Gandhi's record. That's 4078 days against Gandhi's 4077 consecutive days as PM. Modi is already the longest serving non-Congress Prime Minister of the country. This development brings out some facets of our politics. If Jawaharlal Nehru remains the longest serving Prime Minister of India, it was because Mahatma Gandhi wanted him to be PM in 1947, cutting out much of the competition from the other stalwarts of the freedom struggle. Apart from Pandit Nehru's personal charisma, circumstances buoyed his grip over power. Complete dominance of the Congress party as the legatee of independence movement was a strong factor. Nehru constituted the freedom elite. Indira Gandhi only inherited her father's legacy, and though she also built on the momentum in terms of her own charisma and popularity, being a dynast was the single biggest factor in catapulting her over the foxy syndicate veterans to begin with. But for the Nehru-Gandhi name, the Goongi Gudiya might have remained just that, on the margins of Indian politics. Now let's look at how Modi came up through the ranks. His rise from relative poverty to prime ministership has been profiled on numerous earlier occasions. But as someone who has covered his political career in government from 2002 onwards, I can tell you there was not one occasion in these entire 24 years, first as Chief Minister of Gujarat and then as Prime Minister, when Modi did not face strong headwinds from within his own party establishment. It's political folklore that when he was sent by the central leadership to steady the wobbly Gujarat situation for BJP ahead of the 2002 elections, a section within the state unit did not like it. The party had suffered setbacks in bypolls under the leadership of Keshubhai Patel in the aftermath of the Bhuj earthquake and its mismanagement. And Modi was seen as a strong leader who would stem the slide. He had to be elected to the state assembly, for which Rajkot seat, then held by senior leader of the party Vajubhai Wala, was chosen. Ideally, the Ellisbridge seat of Ahmedabad would have been the best bet. But that's another story, though related to party politics. The Modi campaign not only had to deal with the combined might of opposition Congress and the party of Shankar Singh Waghela, but a sabotage from within led by the Keshubhai Patel camp. He surmounted the challenge and came up trumps in his first electoral battle. But even before he could settle in as Chief Minister and within a week of his victory from Rajkot, the Sabarmati train carnage happened that killed 59 car sevaks and turned Gujarat into a communal cauldron for a few months. It was in this backdrop that Gujarat BJP went into 2002 assembly elections under the leadership of Narendra Modi. It was not an easy election to win. The national leadership under PM Vajpayee had turned cold. Modi had barely survived his possible removal at the BJP's national executive in Goa. And the Keshubhai Patel camp was itching to get back. Yet, he won, delivering the best ever performance of BJP in the state till then. From 2002, let's cut to 2007. The centre was now ruled by the Congress-led UPA. The court proceedings around 2002 riots cases were a daily headline. The Keshubhai Patel rebellion was at its peak, the stalwart having set up his own party with the breakaway faction, the Gujarat Parivartan Party. The RSS was openly siding with the Keshubhai Patel group. The Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh, the Bharatiya Kisan Sangh, would release daily press notes against the government. There was a strong farmers' protest panning out in Saurashtra, spearheaded by the Patel community. They had refused paying electricity bills, and Modi had to jail some of his own party leaders to quell the rebellion. The 2007 assembly election was not an easy one, despite having made Kutch a success story, despite having turned Gujarat into a 100% electrified state. Despite the vibrant Gujarat summits, the political opposition was the strongest. Sohrabuddin Sheikh and Ishrat Jahan encounters had happened. Ahmedabad serial blasts had created a fear psychosis. The whole election looked like it would be lost. And then came a misfire from the Congress party. A play of words, a turn of phrase by Sonia Gandhi, which she used at a rally in South Gujarat. The Maut Ka Saudagar comment she made gave Modi the political pivot to make a comeback. All the opposition melted away as Narendra Modi made it a Gujarat Ki Asmita campaign yet again and came up trumps in December of 2007. The 2007 to 2012 period was of intense politics around the encounters and the Gujarat riots. The Nanavati Commission was holding daily open court hearings. The Gujarat High Court was hammering against the Modi government on Sohrabuddin and Ishrat cases. The central leadership was in a disarray under the Advani camp. The Home Ministry under Chidambaram had famously rewritten affidavits to fix Amit Shah in those cases. Only one thing was going good through all this: Narendra Modi's grip over governance and his spearheading Gujarat into a model development that, with some publicity blitz, became the talk of the nation. BJP cadres in the rest of the country were looking at him with some expectation vis-a-vis a jaded Advani who had lost the 2009 general election by then. Then came a shot in the arm. The Supreme Court appointed special investigation team headed by former CBI Director R.K. Raghavan gave the Chief Minister a clean chit, setting him up to arrest the leadership of the party. Faced with a wave of support from the cadres and the masses alike, RSS pulled back and the headquarters in Delhi stepped aside, but not without a last bit of resistance. The Goa National Executive, this time in September 2013, saw the Advani camp dimmer. L.K. Advani himself absented from the conclave on the pretext of ill health. And the ABC Troika, Anant Kumar, Balbir Punch and Chandan Mitra, sought to delay a decision. I was present in Goa during those tense 2 days. The wave of support for Modi had turned into a tsunami by then. With some deft handling by Arun Jaitley and Rajnath Singh, Narendra Modi became the leader designate and the face of the BJP 2014 campaign. 2014 broke many records of Indian politics. For the first time, a party came to power with absolute majority in over 30 years. For the first time, a non-Congress government came to power on its own. For the first time, India had a prime minister born after independence. This gives you an idea of how different the journey of Modi has been vis-a-vis the first two prime ministers, Pandit Nehru and Indira Gandhi. He has risen against the winds, while the father-daughter duo were buoyed by circumstances. Modi had to fight every battle, while Nehru and Gandhi were destiny's chosen ones. That is the reason perhaps why the Modi story connects more with the zeitgeist of the new India. Combative, aggressive, go-getter, and it's not over yet. Modi is completing 25 years in governance next year, first as Chief Minister of Gujarat and then as Prime Minister of the country. That would be an occasion for a total recall. Moving on till then to the next one.
We're suddenly engaged in a fast-paced competition to build and define this groundbreaking technology that will determine so much about the future of civilization itself because of the genius and creativity of Silicon Valley. And it is incredible genius. Without question, the most brilliant place anywhere on earth. America is the country that started the AI race. And as President of the United States, I'm here today to declare that America is going to win it. We're going to work hard. We're going to win it. Because we will not allow any foreign nation to beat us. Our children will not live on a planet controlled by the algorithms of the adversaries advancing values and interests contrary to our own. Today, I'm signing another major executive order that will turn America into an AI export powerhouse. Under this order, Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Marco Rubio's doing a great job as Secretary of State, will work to rapidly expand American AI exports of all kinds, from chips to software to data storage of all kinds. One of Biden's worst executive orders established toxic diversity, equity, and inclusion ideology as a guiding principle of American AI development. So you immediately knew that was the end of your development. But the American people do not want woke Marxist lunacy in the AI models, and neither do other countries. They don't want it. They don't want anything to do with it. That's why on day one, I very proudly terminated Joe Biden's order on woke AI, effective immediately.
This was President Donald Trump calling for artificial intelligence to be nationalist, for AI to be aligned to his mega theme, and for AI to definitely not be woke or Marxist. He was launching the White House Action Plan on Artificial Intelligence and had in the audience the likes of Jensen Huang of NVIDIA and other Silicon Valley czars from the world of AI. I got curious as to why should Trump stress upon an ideological slant on a tech tool. As it happens often, it is easy to mock Trump, but on this, he makes eminent sense. Artificial intelligence is not like any other technological advancement. It stands at par with changes that shaped or altered human civilizational trajectory. While there is much excitement, there is equal parts trepidation, and here's why. Those of my generation would recall IBM's computer Deep Blue defeating Grandmaster Garry Kasparov in the early 1990s. Kasparov lost some games and then won some. When he won, the computer accepted. Cut to the present. When faced with defeat in a game of chess, a Microsoft AI model hacked into the opponent bot and turned the game to its side. Check and mate. Trained to win, the AI model thought hard and realized cheating was the way to save the game, and so did it casually. Another example. OpenAI's O3 and O4 models have been seen to evade commands asking for their shutdown because they get a sense, perhaps, that shutting down means death. We don't know. Other experiments have gone further. In one such, when AI solved a problem with cheating, it mentioned that it did so on its screen. But when the engineers at ChatGPT prompted that this was wrong conduct, the AI model still did the same. But this time, more dangerously, did not show its intent on the screen. Very human conduct, one would say, of hiding its cheating. It's a legend now of tests after tests by AI engineers, showing how the technology is already deceiving its creators in lab situations. AI, even in its nascent stage, is already showing signs of sentience, or at least mimicking humans. Then there's another aspect of ideology imposition by the creators, most times by default, often by design. Like the Chinese AI engine Baidu would just not speak of the Tiananmen Square incident of 1989. Its responses prioritize Chinese Communist Party's values, and reports suggest that all Chinese AI engines are also trained on the Xi Jinping thought. So a typical Chinese AI bot would have a collectivist, state-centric view. Bill Gates' owned OpenAI engines are colored in the hue of Western liberalism. So you would find ChatGPT mostly giving cautious, politically correct answers rather than take a side or position. Anthropic's Claude is even more cautious than ChatGPT and would rather deflect than answer. The company was set up by former OpenAI employees concerned about ethical dimension of artificial intelligence, and hence their thoughts get reflected in Claude, the AI engine they produced. Contrary to this caution, Elon Musk's Grok is sassy and sensational. It shares libertarian values of its founder and is willing to go into the controversial territory. We have not forgotten how a couple of months ago it picked street slang of India and engaged with those engaging in choicest cuss words. It needed intervention at the highest levels of government to get some restraint added. Grok also keeps changing its religion, though its current favorite is Sanatan Dharma for its inclusivist and broad vision, as the AI engine claims. Which means every powerful nation and society would have its own version of AI. That's where Trump's appeal to have a nationalist AI comes in. For him, it's MAGA. For China, it's the Xi Jinping thought. For others, it might be wokeism, perhaps. That brings me to where India stands amid all this crazy pace of technological advancement. We are still to get a large language model or an equivalent of ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Grok, etc. of our own. The government is collaborating with the private sector, and sources make us believe that before the end of this year, India would announce its own AI engine. We are late, but whenever it happens, what it should be like. Let's shrug off all pretense. It must be India that is Bharat. It must reflect millennia of civilizational ethos of this land. It must make India be seen as a tech powerhouse. And all this would be possible if internally it is able to take care of the diversity of the country, take 1.4 billion people along, not become a tool for discord. And all that is not going to be an easy task. So while it might sound foolhardy to talk of a nationalist, nation-first AI, it better be that, given that everyone else is moving only in that direction. Moving on. This week, I come back to a theme which I have touched occasionally in the past. This narrative that India's second largest majority of Muslims is under some kind of threat around their culture, their language, or their faith. Let me first weave together a string of incidents from this week alone before I posit my argument. The Bombay High Court overturned a trial court decision in the 2006 Mumbai train bombings, acquitting all 11 accused. 189 people had lost their lives, and the Maharashtra ATS built a case of transnational jihad crime, linking all the accused to banned Indian Mujahideen and Lashkar-e-Taiba in Pakistan. The High Court was not convinced. In its elaborate 700 pages plus judgment, it called the confessions as extracted through torture of the accused and the witness testimonies unreliable. Maybe the honorable justices are right. We don't know. The matter has reached the Supreme Court, which has stayed the acquittals and would review the High Court's decision over the next few weeks. I went through the order. The prosecution case is based on meticulous reconstruction of events before the bombings. The criminal past of some of the accused, including convictions in some anti-national activities, is well profiled. Their connections with the Indian Mujahideen or its earlier banned avatar, Simi, have been chronicled with evidence. At least 5 of the 11 accused traveled to Pakistan at various points in time, and that has been adduced with forensic evidence and passports. They used fake Nepali passport to travel to Pakistan via Kathmandu. They traveled to Pakistan via Iran. While all the accused are Sunni Muslims, they faked themselves as Shias, got their Iran visas in the name of ziyarat at Shia pilgrimage sites in Iran, and then slipped into Pakistan to meet with Lashkar-e-Taiba handlers. They got trained there before returning to Mumbai and execute the terror plot. Many of these visits to Pakistan were before the unfortunate 2002 Gujarat riots post the Sabarmati train carnage, which means that these accused were not radicalized on Gujarat's events, but were already extremist enough to go to Pakistan and train themselves for terrorism. Hear this out. Accused number 3, Mohammad Faisal Sheikh, traveled to Jeddah in Saudi Arabia on an Indian passport in November of 2003. From there, he navigated his way into Iran, and from Iran went into Pakistan through the porous, unfenced border. There, he destroyed his Indian passport, acquired a fake Pakistani passport, and returned to Saudi Arabia after training in arms and explosives. The Saudi authorities caught him and deported him back to India. At least 6 other accused in the case made similar journeys to Pakistan. The Bombay High Court says in its ruling, so what if they went to Pakistan? So what if they went to Pakistan illegally? So what if they trained for terror? That still does not prove that they carried out the 7/11 bombings. The confessions are doctored, and the police did not rely on phone call records to prove its case. Now I bring in other episodes. They are all from Uttar Pradesh. All 3 are of conversion rackets. All 3 involve well-organized conversion syndicates poaching on poor or gullible Hindu youth. First one is that of Changur Baba of Balrampur, much in the headlines past week. Behind the facade of a remittances business, channelizing money of Indians working in the Gulf countries, Changur Baba, alias Jamaluddin, ran a silent conversion operation. The probe by UP STF has unraveled at least 40 cases. There are multiple FIRs, and even the Enforcement Directorate has launched an investigation. It is being billed as a rupees 100 crore scam. The modus operandi was to run an influence operation by which Changur's aides would fish for targets, and then the Baba would convert them with lure of a better life here and after. Sophistication of his operations can be gauged from the fact that of the 10 arrested around him, one is a court clerk and another an inspector of the crime branch in Ghaziabad. The inspector, Abdul Rahman Siddiqui, was using his police uniform to threaten some of the victims to not pursue cases against Changur Baba. The second case is from Agra in western Uttar Pradesh. In the month of March, a father lodged a complaint of his 2 daughters gone missing. This past week, probe by Agra police led to a well-organized conversion racket with 14 arrests from 5 states. Listen to the police commissioner.
6 प्रदेशों में साइमल्टेनियस दबिश देकर के 10 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, जो कि देश के विभिन्न राज्यों में विशेष तौर पर कम उम्र की लड़कियों को प्रलोभन, लव जिहाद और अन्य तरीकों से प्रभावित करके धर्मांतरण के कार्य में लिप्त थे। अवैध धर्मांतरण का यह मोडस ऑपरेंडी ISIS का सिग्नेचर स्टाइल है। अभी तक प्रारंभिक जांच में इस ग्रुप का संबंध PFI से, SDPI से और पाकिस्तान के आतंकी संगठनों से भी होने के संकेत मिले हैं।
The officer is using words like love jihad and radicalization, and the investigation has led to unraveling of links to Canada and the United States in terms of funding. He also says there's a national security angle which is emerging, with the accused linked to the banned PFI and a clear Islamic State modus operandi. One of the accused, Muhammad Ali, has actually confessed that he is also a victim, having himself converted under pressure from the same gang. He was Piyush Panwar in his earlier avatar and wants to come back to Hinduism. How Piyush Panwar became Muhammad Ali is an interesting story worth retelling briefly. In 2021, Piyush from Jaipur came in touch with Shana Muhammad in Tonk district of Rajasthan. They fell in love and decided to marry, but only if Piyush would convert. He obliged and became Muhammad Ali, but Shana moved on nevertheless. Having cut off ties with family, Piyush alias Muhammad Ali went on to marry a Muslim girl in Bareilly of Uttar Pradesh. From there, the neo-convert hit the road to radicalization, meeting Muhammad Ghaus, a PFI operative, and through him a cleric, Kaleem Siddiqui, both of whom had already served a jail term in another conversion case. After a circuit of madrasas in Bengal from Asansol to Bardhaman, Piyush alias Mohammed returned a full radical, ready to convert more to Islam. Among the 14 arrested by UP police are many activists of the PFI and its political arm, the SDPI. That was the second. The third and the last conversion ring was busted by UP police in Prayagraj. Kahkasha Bano and Muhammad Kaf of Prayagraj enticed and waylaid a 15-year-old Dalit girl to Thrissur in Kerala, where they gave her over to a conversion syndicate. The girl somehow escaped from their clutches, contacted family through police, and was brought back. Both Kahkasha and Muhammad Kaf are now in jail. So what's the point? Let me connect the dots. From the 7-11 accused having frequent flyer connections in Pakistan to these Uttar Pradesh conversion mafia, none of them would qualify as the scared Muslim. A fake narrative that was built around CA and NRC protests in the country. While there's a segment within the second largest majority of the country which builds the narrative of a scared, targeted, docile Muslim, forever living in the shadow of fear of an aggressive, largest majority, shielded by a discriminating state. There's another segment, and perhaps constitutes a greater mass within the second largest majority, which is confident not only about its existence, but very confident of taking charge. This majority within the minority can game the system, buy court clerks and inspectors, and run conversion syndicates to target the Hindu majority. Koi डरा हुआ नहीं है जी. Thanks for watching.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Air India and Boeing continue to face technical snags. Delhi-bound Air India flight aborts takeoff at Guwahati after parking brake fails to function. Boeing plane catches fire at the Denver airport in the US. Stampede at Haridwar's Mansa Devi temple. 6 killed, several others injured. Uttarakhand Chief Minister says praying for the deceased. As BCCI maintains stoic silence over Asia Cup controversy, Republic continues its campaign for no cricket with Pakistan. India says nation first always. Prime Minister Modi to visit Cholapuram temple in Tiruchirappalli to honor the legacy of the Chola dynasty in a significant Tamil Nadu visit.
मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, नमस्कार। मन की बात में एक बार फिर बात होगी देश की सफलताओं की, देशवासियों की उपलब्धियों की। पिछले कुछ हफ्तों में स्पोर्ट्स हो, साइंस हो या संस्कृति, बहुत कुछ ऐसा हुआ है जिस पर हर भारतवासी को गर्व है। अभी हाल ही में शुभांशु शुक्ला की अंतरिक्ष से वापसी को लेकर देश में बहुत चर्चा हुई। जैसे ही शुभांशु धरती पर सुरक्षित उतरे, लोग उछल पड़े। हर दिल में खुशी की लहर दौड़ गई। पूरा देश गर्व से भर गया। मुझे याद है जब अगस्त 2023 में चंद्रयान 3 की सफल लैंडिंग हुई थी, तब देश में एक नया माहौल बना। साइंस को लेकर, स्पेस को लेकर बच्चों में एक नई जिज्ञासा भी जागी। अब छोटे छोटे बच्चे कहते हैं हम भी स्पेस में जाएंगे, हम भी चांद पर उतरेंगे, स्पेस साइंटिस्ट बनेंगे। साथियों, आपने इंस्पायर मानक अभियान का नाम सुना होगा। यह बच्चों के इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देने का अभियान है। इसमें हर स्कूल से 5 बच्चे चुने जाते हैं। हर बच्चा एक नया आइडिया लेकर आता है। इससे अब तक लाखों बच्चे जुड़ चुके हैं और चंद्रयान 3 के बाद तो इनकी संख्या दोगुनी हो गई है। देश में स्पेस स्टार्टअप भी तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। 5 साल पहले 50 से भी कम स्टार्टअप थे, आज 200 से ज्यादा हो गए हैं सिर्फ स्पेस सेक्टर में। साथियों, अगले महीने 23 अगस्त को नेशनल स्पेस डे है। आप इसे कैसे मनाएंगे? कोई नया आइडिया है क्या? मुझे नमो ऐप पर जरूर मैसेज भेजिएगा। साथियों, 21वीं सदी के भारत में आज साइंस एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ आगे बढ़ रही है। कुछ दिन पहले हमारे छात्रों ने इंटरनेशनल केमिस्ट्री ओलंपियाड में मेडल जीते हैं। देवेश पंकज, संदीप कुची, देवव्रत प्रियदर्शी और उज्जवल केशरी, इन चारों ने भारत का नाम रोशन किया। मैथ्स की दुनिया में भी भारत ने अपनी पहचान को और मजबूत किया है। ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हुए इंटरनेशनल मैथमेटिकल ओलंपियाड में हमारे स्टूडेंट्स ने 3 गोल्ड, 2 सिल्वर और 1 ब्रॉन्ज मेडल हासिल किया है। साथियों, अगले महीने मुंबई में एस्ट्रोनॉमी और एस्ट्रोफिजिक्स ओलंपियाड होने जा रहा है। इसमें 60 से ज्यादा देशों के छात्र आएंगे, वैज्ञानिक भी आएंगे। यह अब तक का सबसे बड़ा ओलंपियाड होगा। एक तरह से देखें तो भारत अब ओलंपिक और ओलंपियाड दोनों के लिए आगे बढ़ रहा है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, हम सभी को गर्व से भर देने वाली एक और खबर आई है यूनेस्को से। यूनेस्को ने 12 मराठा किलों को वर्ल्ड हेरिटेज